focus and sound level before the film begins.
Check, check, mic, check. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Check one. Yee-haw! Check 1, 2, baby. Let's do it. Hells yeah. What are we doing here? What do you mean? What's going on here? All right, so we're going to get right into it this morning. Hold on a second here. A couple things got to do. Good morning to you all out there. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's having a good morning.
Freddie Mac 15-year fixed-rate mortgage average 6.06% as of June 29th, and Freddie Mac 30-year fixed-rate mortgage average 6.71% as of June 29th.
Got that 438.20 to the upside, pre-market high. R2 right here. We're gonna have a little chat about end of quarter. Just be reminder that we have a 438.20. Pre-market sellers right up in here, so just be aware of this one as we come up.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear
Hold on here, just give me a second.
Forex and stock instruments.
Edit.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Couple of things I got to do here in the background. Save that. And new chat, live chat. Take that, close Twitter. Made a post this morning for Z, Holy Croissant. Hope that he saw it on Twitter. That's trade number 2. And we'll do Tesla today. We'll do GME today. We'll do the Qs today. So far, I am 2 for 2 right now. So I said I would take 10 trades with Croissant. Hopefully he's still long right now. And we're going to talk about today, what to expect today, what to expect tomorrow. How do you become a winning trader? How do you rebuild an account after suffering major losses? It's some weirdness going on. I've got like Google like Labs or whatever has turned all my shit like gray or whatever. So hopefully somebody got in touch with Croissant, Z Holy Croissant, and let him know that I had a trade on for him. Those are printing quite nicely right now. 441's now trading 41 cents for tomorrow. 42 cents for tomorrow. I guess we could have made that a 0-date trade, but I wanted some safety, like, we'll make the trade and we'll just stare at it all afternoon until the close. Make it easy. I want to remind you that these sellers right here, they're hiding out right here, right? We had a bear playing in pre-market. Now, supposedly, we're trying to find this out. Can we trade XSP in pre-market? Because I'm not seeing pre-market on XSP anywhere. Someone was making that claim the other day. And I was like, I don't know. So, suppose you can trade XSP options in pre-market. Maybe somebody can enlighten me to that. We're going to take a look at something together here. So if you're watching The Holy Croissant, you can take the money and run here if you want. It's up to you. I don't care. The only thing that I care about is that I take 10 winning trades. However long you want to hold them, you can hold them as long as you want. I'll do 10 winning trades with you in a row before they happen. And then when I want you to, take classes and follow the program, you do that, right? Rather than being, consistently losing big trades. There's like no reason to be losing money in this market. Like you can lose a little bit or have a bad trade or two. Or if you're trying to buy a bottom or sell a top and you get cut up doing it, that's not so bad. But like things like I'm short here and I get run all the way up here, that kind of stuff is just, it's not the way to trade, right? So we're going to take a peek here at something. Now, of course, like past performance is not indicative of future performance, right? But I want to show you guys something here. This is pretty common. So you have end of quarter. End of Q1 right here. It's the 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. Weekend right here. So if this were to be, let's say you consider this 4th of July weekend. This is end of quarter right here. We had this blast up, dip, and then rip into the bell. Could kind of consider this area kind of where we are right now, right? We've got the 30th. That's it. That's all we've got left, right? That's it. So when we have just this kind of shit left here, you've got boom, the low of the day. And then we crank up here. Keep on cranking, right? See that? Keep on cranking, keep on cranking. Window dressing into end of quarter. So right now, where are we? It's looking kind of similar, isn't it? Looking kind of similar to me. There's a nice dip to buy down here this morning. Gorgeous dip down here. Got the double bottom right here. Got another double bottom right here. Just keep on cranking, right? Boom, come on back in. Grab another one. Yeehaw, daddy. we're going to talk about that too. So yesterday I had, so I'm losing my voice, by the way. So yesterday I had no idea that my daughter got on the stream. She admitted it to me late last night, and I was like, what? So yesterday I was leaving yesterday morning, and she walked into my office. She goes, Daddy, are you leaving? I go, yes, honey bear. And she goes, can I sit in your office today? And of course I'm like, yeah, of course. If you want to sit in Daddy's office, like, you want to be like Daddy? Of course. Heck yeah. So I'm like, I got the stream on, but you can't touch it. I was like, there's a button there for the microphone. Don't touch that. I was like, do not touch this cursor that I have. I was like, you can use that computer over there, though. I'm like, that one's fine. You can use these two monitors over here. So I got cleaned up the two monitors for her to use. Then I left, right? So I'm doing a presentation yesterday. And I didn't realize that she had gotten on the stream yesterday. And I guess some of you tipped her. So I think today at some point or tomorrow, I'm going to go down to like an ATM. And I'll pull out like $100 in ones or something. And maybe I'll like dump a bucket of ones on her or something like that. I guess you guys are raining money down on my kids, right? So I guess I'm like, how much money did I make yesterday? I'm like, why am I making money? I'm like, shit, I didn't make any money. My daughter did. So she admitted to me last night that she got on the stream yesterday. I'm like horrified at whatever she might have said. My dad's farts smell really bad. Something like that. So just into end of today and tomorrow, I am long here, right? Nothing says not to be long here. I saw something on the Fair and Greed Index this morning. We're at like 73% greed already. And yeah, I mean, I guess I'd really like to see. I was talking to Winky and I was like, you know what I'd really like to see? I'd really like to see like a chart of the Fair and Greed Index on every day. Like let's say we're at 70% greed. I think we're at 73 right now. How long can we stay at 73? How high can we go while being greedy? Is it something where I just start shorting the market and get run over? You know, and like, how much does it matter? So we're just buying the bounce right now, right? Every time we hit that hourly, buy the bounce. Buy the bounce, 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 buy it again. What are we trying to do with that buying the bounce? Until it stops working. We all know what that is, right? We're trying to close some targets above. We got that one right there. Already tagged it. We got another one right there. 439.59. Got another one right there. 441.54. Another one right there. Another one right there. 443.79. 441.14. And to be honest with you, we need a new high. So it's not good enough to me if we come up here and fail. I want to get up there and hold it. Even if we trade sideways, I want that new high. Bears do not want that new high, even if we have a pullback. So let's look above. I was trying to ask Winky about this on the phone, and I don't know if I was getting my point across this morning. And I'm fascinated to know if retail thinks that we can go higher. Does retail believe it? Is retail buying calls to raise the call wall? Oh, yeah, baby. So next target above 443 is 449.99. We've got really bad smoke here right now, too. Maybe that's why I'm losing my voice. The smoke here is out of control. Looks like that New York stuff. It's like just blanketing us. Smells like Canadian geese are burning down the neighborhood or something. Illegal Canadian geese immigrants. They're causing a ruckus in Michigan. So right here, we're buying this hourly. We're trying to close all this stuff above here into Friday close. As long as we ride this hourly up, trade is still on, right? As long as we just run this hourly up. There's the 5th right there. Just kind of like that. Maybe we have that push up on the 5th. Might take us until the 5th to get up there. Saying this here, let's keep riding the hourly trigger up. Saying that, the JPM collar is going to matter tomorrow. So, regardless of what we think will happen tomorrow, we'll ride this trend right here. This is pretty much the trend right here. I'm interested to see what that collar is. I think that it could impact the way the day goes. Just right here into tomorrow. Here's Friday. It's pretty steep, right? This is the 5th, I believe. I don't know why. This says I forgot about the 3rd. That's 9:30. We've got a half day on. Remember this on the 3rd. We've got. That's the 4th, but that's actually going to be the 5th. Now we've got a half day on the 3rd. I think we tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I think that we trade 9:30 to 1 p.m. or 11:30, something like that. It's brutal outside. Yeah, dude. I was outside yesterday, and the smoke was intolerable. You know, it was really fascinating outside. I was wearing a mask yesterday, and I saw a bunch of kids in my neighborhood with no masks, so I brought them masks, and I was like, man, put this stuff on. I'm like, wear masks. Like, it's smoky out here. I am long calls. If you follow me on Twitter, we bought this right here. We bought that right there. So I'm long 441s for Friday. You want to know? Long 441C. Taking trades with the Holy Croissant. 10 of them. I promised him, I said. So I'll take 10 trades with you. I was like, we'll see if my trades are winners. I want you to be a winning trader. I said, we'll take 10 trades and see if they're, so far I'm 2 for 2 right now. I'm still in that trade. This trade is a trade I think that you can just leave it on until it fucking prints. Well, it's already printed, but it's trading 38 cents right now. So the East Coast is ugly today. It's like black outside. It's really bad. The weather. I've got like stuffed up nose. I've got my voice is all messed up. So trading stops at 1 p.m. on the 3rd. Thanks for updating us with that. Just be conscious of that on the 3rd. That's a very short day. There's some things that you need to realize that I want to tell you guys out there. Number one, okay, I'm being serious here. This is very serious stuff. That JPM collar is going to be critical tomorrow. So in the morning, you should get on FinTwit. People track it closely, and they will get the strikes. Sometimes they're updated. There's adjustments to them later in the morning, so you might find a number pop up in the morning, and then they'll say, nah, it's this number, it's not that number. So be open to that change in strikes. Also note that there'll be big flows tomorrow. People will follow that trade. The trade itself is not, on its own, is not a large part of the trading that happens tomorrow. But people are watching it, and then they follow that trade. So that's the key. It's not so much the JPM trade. It's that everyone's watching it, and people are trading to it, where you get the effect. So you want to pay attention to it. You don't want to see the JPM collar, the strikes lower. If you do, you'll hear about it. It'll be all over. People will be talking about it like crazy. If these strikes are the same, people will be talking about it. It'll be perceived as we're going to trade sideways in Q3. That would mean that we're going to get a bottom in Q3 to expect a new low. Not a new low, but a low in Q3. Limit your upside expectation. Well, not limit your upside expectations. More look for a dip to buy. If the collar is higher, we could just start ramping. The reaction from the market would be, oh shit, we're going up. And you likely won't hear a lot about the collar if it is higher. Oftentimes, you'll see people don't want to talk about that, right? They're very quiet about it if the strikes are higher. It fucks with their thesis, right? You're trying to sell a bear thesis, sell fear, and that doesn't fly with the selling of fear, right? You guys know that selling fear brings followers. You guys know that? So if you sell fear and not the actual truth, like we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down, you're gonna get followers. You get a couple 100,000 followers, 1 million followers, whatever it is. So pay attention to it tomorrow. It could impact how we close out the weekend and how we trade into the first week of July. Another note here too would be there will likely be a dip for you to buy regardless of the JPM collar the first week of July, if not the second. So if you need a week or two to let the market digest what the expectations are for Q3, you're probably in the clear. Probably have a chance to put risk on next week or the week after. There's no rush here to put risk on. No, now the last part's here. We're end of quarter. You're going to get some window dressing. We're going to go up, I assure you. There's going to be a bunch of zero dates tomorrow placed on the market, calls against the hedging flows in the market to not disturb the market. Those hedging flows likely will rip tomorrow at some point. 10:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the afternoon, either of those times. If we get any kind of low tomorrow, any kind of dip, you buy it. You run it up right into the bell. You just like diamond hand zero dates into that bell. Calls, by the way. I didn't stutter when I said I was on 441Cs, did I? Oh, I get some air in here. So, so tomorrow, you want to pay attention to this stuff, right? And then next week, take a breather, take a break. I want you to know that 86% of the time, 86% of the time, we blast off through 4th of July weekend. Now, there's 14% of the time we don't. So I would say a couple things to you. Long the fuck out of 4th of July. If you're a bear and you're like, we ain't doing that, I would say sit on your hands. If it rolls, you were right. You're likely going to get, you have an 86% chance of getting run over. So maybe I would say this. If you're a bear, do a ratio spread. If you're like, fuck that, we're selling 4th of July. All right, fuck it, we're selling 4th of July. Just do it responsibly. Just don't go like full short into the 4th of July weekend, okay? And you'll save yourself, or at least have some protection or something if you're bearish into the 4th. The odds are not in your favor. We could sell it, but just be careful. The odds are not in your favor. You go long into the 5th. Long into the 5th. Now, I think that could change. I think tomorrow is going to be, like, I'm interested to see what the collars are coming on the market. So that would give me more confidence in that trade going into the 4th. So I think there's like a trade today into tomorrow's open. I think there's hey, let's see what the collar is, and then we'll take the rest of the market up or down from there. I think that's like a 2 or 3 part trade into the 4th and 5th. No, it's not necessarily a bad trading style. I want to get you guys the tool, because tool's pretty accurate, right? Like, we're like, here, this is where the trap is for the bulls, right? They're selling the hourly all the way down. We're seeing the bottoming here. We noticed the bottoming going on here. Started buying the dips. Matter of fact, I was in a meeting yesterday, and we made a great trade yesterday, and then we got caught yesterday in a trade, and I was like, just hold on to these fucking calls. We're going to bounce off this hourly right here. And we did. Just bounced right off it and ripped into the close. We ended up printing like 200 or 300% into the bell. Just held right into the bell. And we printed right. We actually took them off at 4:03 p.m. or something. It was a no-brainer, easy trade. So we're right back to doing that right now. So we're selling the green and buying the green. Price above it, price below it. And we were right down on the daily trigger as well. Already we got very close to it on the 23rd, or excuse me, the 27th. Started rounding the corner and coming back up higher again. Daily trigger still heading higher right now. Had a meeting yesterday with some smart people, and I was trying to, second meeting, we're trying to show proof of concept.
So just as a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, I'm expecting comments from Bank of England's 10 Rayro.
Of what we're doing. Does this give you an edge?
10 Rayro gives a speech at the Society of Professional Economists hosted at Resolution Foundation.
Winky, you making money, baby? You all hot and bothered, brother? You making some money today? We making it go, Burr? Baby.
So still no sign of comments from Bank of England's 10 Rayro.
I'm in the Discord right now. I wonder because they can kind of hear me streaming. So I'm not normally a streamer. I'm like, I didn't start doing this to become a streamer. It wasn't my goal. And I was talking to some friend last night. I was like, when I started this, it was like just a few friends, and we're all making money together.
So the Bank of England have released the comments from Bank of England's 10 Rayro, the link to which is on the feed for those interested. So 10 Rayro says that my vote to leave the bank rate unchanged at my final policy meeting rested on what the latest data implied about the medium term.
Like we're all making money together, and we're like watching the outside world, and we're going, dude, what? Like, why are all these like people like they're like long when they should be long, short when they should be short, or not buying dips, or not selling rips, whatever it is they do. It was kind of weird, and that was like the general mantra. So I got pissed off.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing.
People would like do this like they'd say just pure diarrhea stuff to me, and I'd be like, where are they eating that shit? Like, where are they drinking this stuff? It's like, where are they getting their information? You know, like, of course they're getting it from someone that's like got 1 million followers, and I don't know, I'm fucking selling some fucking bullshit. Whatever the fuck it is they're selling.
Slightly slower decline in domestic inflationary pressures.
So I was like, I'll make a video, I think. So I made a video and I sucked at it. And I didn't get my point across the way that I wanted to either, and I was like, this is horrible. But then I was doing it with some of these same close friends, and then people popped up, like Winky popped up, and Joe was supportive, and I sucked at it. I still suck at it, but I really sucked at it then. And
10 Rayro says tightening already in the pipeline would be sufficient to bring inflation back to and most likely below the target, says 10 Rayro.
I guess my point is that I didn't try, or I didn't think I would become a streamer over this. And that wasn't the hope or the intent. Now, saying all that, right, my daughters have been listening to me in the background for the past couple of years. They can't really hear me. I've got a soundproofed room that I do this in. So they can't really hear me, but they can kind of. And we homeschool, so my youngest has been listening to me on and off for 2 years. So I wonder what she's listening to me say, like repeating things, or like when I'm like yelling or something when the market's like going higher, like right now. Like, get up there. Like, get up there. Like, get up there. Hold on a second here. My voice is hurting me today. I've got like really bad like Canadian smoker's cough.
Longer horizons are more than sufficient to offset the recent data news.
So I'm going to see if I can get my daughter to scream "Get up there" for me this morning.
Get up there.
All right. Well, I'll turn my Alexa off. I just turned my Alexa back on. Oh, hold on. I love you. All right. Well, I pressed the button. I have to reset it. Trading 438.19. Testing the sellers from pre-market. Find out if they're still there. How strong are they?
Members publishing their own views on policy outweigh the potential costs.
Yeah, we should record Maggie's voice, huh? I'll have to write that down, like a Maggie soundboard. So all along, I didn't know that they were listening in, and I'm wondering if they're like, maybe they have like 10 things that they know. Like, burr, baby, burr, get up there. Buy the dip, I don't know. Like, I got to find out what she knows. So I'm going to have to, interrogate her. Like, what do you actually know that Daddy says repeatedly? I normally don't swear. This week I've sworn a lot. I don't know why I swore so much this week, but maybe it was like, I don't know, fell off my bike earlier this week, so maybe I just hit my head or something. I got all banged up this week. I've been like dancing every weekend, kayaking, biking, like nonstop, playing golf. Matter of fact, I canceled golf yesterday morning. So I'm so banged up, and I got another. I got a round of golf scheduled for this weekend, and I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. I got like kayaking, golf. We're doing kayaking, golf, and bike trips. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it through the weekend. Yeah, I don't know. So I cut back on the swearing a ton, and this past week I've just been like, F this and F that and F this. Oh, she did say Charlie Puth was great. Yeah, we had fun. So we go to Charlie Puth, and it was really funny too. I'm getting older, so I don't really care anymore. But like you have like a lot of adults with their children, and the adults are like adulting. They're like, I dressed up, I brought my child, my child's having fun, but I'm going to sit over here and do nothing. And I'm like with my youngest, I'm like, you want to go roll down the hill together? So we're like rolling down the hill during the concert or the lead up to the concert and all that stuff. And then we started dancing together. And I'm like too old now. Like having kids when you're older is much more fun. You don't care about a lot of stuff when you're older. You're not like, I see like younger parents oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes they're like, I'm the responsible adult raising a child. And I'm like, let's have some fun raising the child. Wiki's making a note that 1 p.m. is coming, just saying. Yeah, we don't have a lot of time, do we? 12:38. We know that we usually get that 1 in the afternoon lunchtime break for Wall Street. What's the price target above? You want to know what my price target is? $440.78. I'd like to personally get 439.47. Let's take a look and see what I would like to hit. It's a good question. What does Cappy want? I want to close this gap right here. At least this gap right here. So that's what I want, like this. I want all that shit erased. What I also want to talk to you about is you can see where price is right now. This is the last of the vol right here. So I want you to see this, okay? So this is the last of the volatility, right? So right here, this is a seller. This is a seller, right? That's a seller. The next seller is not until up here. So there's a giant gap in here, right? There's a giant gap right in here that needs to be filled, and there's no sellers there. So my point to you is where you are right now. See it? Right where we are right now. If we can trade above this 438.19, we're going to go like this, straight up. Whoop. And get an explosive move to the upside. So there's nothing here. Now the next sellers are right here. Sorry. Right there. That's the next band of selling up here. So this whole area here, we can easily squeeze that and go up. So that's my target. I know they want to sell this. They came in and did it here. They're trying again right here. So the sellers are here. How do we know if we're going to squeeze this up here and trade this, get this big squeeze? As long as price stays above the white line, we're going up. We can also check this red line down here. This is a 1 minute chart. So we can check this down here, see the check that we made right here. Where do I take my 441s for tomorrow off? Not unless we break below. Right there. There. Break below. If we get to this point right here, I'll take those 441s off. We're going to make our way lower to the hourly trigger. Now, unless that I need that to happen. I need this part to happen right here for me not to be long. Till then, price target above. PT1. PT2. PT3. And I don't think that this is a lot to ask because I don't think this is a lot to ask. And I'll tell you something else. Your next sellers are up here. So the moment we break above here, 1, 2, That's just a squeeze right there. Done. So this is not hard here. There's not a lot. There's no resistance here. Or there's no sell pressure the moment we get above this. So we start getting above 438.19. We're going to push off all of these sellers, and we're going to have an explosive move to the upside. So we're just waiting on it right now. I can assure you that right now, if we break above 438.19, we are going to rip faces off to the upside here. No, I don't think this is a lot to ask. We don't have a lot of time to do it either. We've got today and tomorrow. Like today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We don't have a ton of time to do it. If we roll it, though, if we roll down, no problem. I'll pull the calls off, and I'll look for another dip to buy down at the hourly trigger. It's pretty fucking simple, so it's not hard. Hey, Stacy, how are you doing? So there's your PTs, where the expectation for the move. And I'd like to see that move. Like, if we can get up there, get this move right, and then do a little bit of a roll down, check this level over here for tomorrow, and then take another upside call for Friday. Make me happy. What do you guys have for plans over the weekend? Do anybody out there have plans for 4th of July? A lot of my friends are not doing a lot. A lot of my friends, they're staying home. They're barbecuing. Multiple friends saying that, but they're not doing anything for 4th of July this year. It's just all like family stuff. Barbecuing, watching fireworks in their neighborhoods, stuff like that. I got one friend who's doing a lake party. But no big plans. Most of my friends don't have big, giant, major plans. Are you making money out there, Winky? Nice. Paddleboard, swimming the Cape with the wife and daughters, right on. Falmouth, dude, that sounds like a blast. Falmouth fireworks. I love the Cape. I love it. I grew up hanging out in the Cape all summer. Love the Cape. Love, well, I don't like Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard anymore, but I was like the last generation where those places were quiet, and they were fucking amazing back in the day. You're in Woods Hole, right on. Oh, dude, the Berkshires, another good time. I love the Berkshires in summer. I was talking to a buddy in New York yesterday. I've been talking to a bunch of friends right around the country and stuff. Talking to another buddy yesterday, and I'm like, you getting out of the city? And he is like, those are all great things. Like, if you're in New York City, right, you take off up to the Catskills or something, go to the Hamptons, go to the Catskills, go catch some theater in upstate New York. If you're in Massachusetts or New Hampshire or something, you head out to like Rye, New Hampshire. You get down to Woods Hole, or you go to the Cape, or you go to the ocean or something like that. Nope. Are they telling me to get out right now? Are they angry? Are they getting stinky up there? Are they angry up there, huh? They don't want us coming up here to say hello? You see that? They're like, what are you doing? I'm like, we're knocking on the door. Let us in. Right on, Lake Tahoe. Oh, dude, marathon is a blast, too. You guys are all doing some great stuff for 4th of July. Like, marathon rules. Tahoe is... you going to go sailing? Like, sailing on Lake Tahoe, man? Hanging out with the boys from... What's that guy's name? Brian? Is it Brian? What's he from? Delos? He's got a boat out there, doesn't he? Cape Cod for the weekend. Right on, right on. Yeah, you're worried about the smoke will be around for the 4th. That's what my problem is. I'm like, how am I gonna? We've got like thunderstorms coming every night, and we've got This is kind of funny. I took it's not really an RV. I took a pop-up camper, and I turned it into like an expedition camper. So I take it on like big bike trips and stuff like that, and I'll make like a base camp with it. I got rid of my tent when I moved from the west to the east. I had this kick-ass Kodiak tent, canvas spring bar tent, pops right up. I used that thing when I was out in places with like grizzly country and stuff. Like out west, man, shit's different. It hits different. Like you got things that'll kill you. You've got big thunderstorms that'll kill you. You got boulders rolling down. So like everything is bigger. And so I got rid of it. So I bought a tent recently, and I was like, you know what? This trip we're gonna take. We got a trip coming up on June 30, or let me see, June. Take a look. Not June, July. We've got a trip coming up in July. I think it's the 28th until the 3rd. And so I'm talking to my wife. I'm like, it's gonna rain this weekend, and I'm like, dude, if we were tent camping, you'd be pissed, wouldn't you? And she's like, what are we going to do if it rains during our trip? Because we're taking this big trip next month. And I'm like, I have to make this tent bomb-proof. So this past week, I've been waterproofing it. And I think I'm going to do one more coat. I did spray on waterproofing, but I did the seams with like a blend of mineral spirits and silicone, but I think I'm going to make a spray of silicone, spray the entire thing down. And it's supposed to rain this entire weekend, and I'm like, is it going to rain with smoke during my next trip as well? So I'm a little fearful here if I'm doing the right thing, even planning a trip with a tent. Hey, you guys want to see Tesla? What do I think? I don't know. Right now, I bought 441Cs for 22 cents. They're trading 45, 46 right now. 442s, I think they print. I'm already up 100% or something, so if I can get 200 or 300%, I'll be happy. I don't know if I will, though. I would really like to do this today and take the money. I'd really like to take that money and then re-enter a new trade into the close. Something like this. Let me show it to you guys. And really, I don't know that we do. If you didn't know, there's a bunch of sellers here. And they're angry. They don't want us passing. They're all angry over here. They're like, you will not pass. You can't have the gap up here. Now, if we do get the gap, we trade this. Begin to close this stuff out. Begin to close that stuff out. Begin to close that stuff out. If we can close this today, I would like to take the money off the trade and then look for a dip to buy for tomorrow. I don't know if we can close this today, all this stuff. They're going to attempt to not allow us to close this today. I already know that. So I've got this zone here to stay long. And as long as we stay above it, I'm long for this stuff above, and not unless they sell it will I take the long off. Now, if they do sell it here, there's an hourly trigger down here we can buy. I'll tell you guys where that is right now. We're going to look at Tesla here in just a minute, too. $436 and some change. Oh, dude, it smells like that smells really bad here. Yeah, so right down here. So there's the HT right there. I'm perfectly fine with us selling this. Can we sell this here? Start selling this. I'll buy this once again for another trip higher tomorrow. So we got this trade here. We got this buy the fucking dip here. We've got this breakout above to close that, come back down, or trade higher tomorrow. A bunch of different options here. Go in it when it rains before the trip test. Yeah, I did the so I did the seams, and then I sprayed it, and I left it out in rain this week. I didn't I fucked up. I didn't stake it down, and it almost flew away when I got home earlier in the week. We had a couple dry days, so I took it down, but I think I'm gonna put it back up through this weekend and spray it. I'm going to take mineral spirits and get it really thin, the silicone really thin, and spray it down and make it like a bomb-proof winter tent. You know, another thing that I did was it's a 3-season tent, so it's got the air gap with the mesh on the top. So I cut out like plastic. What's that stuff? The like the blue tarp. I cut that stuff out and I attach some Velcro so I can make it a 4-season tent if I need to, like a single-walled 4-season tent if it ever gets cold or anything. It's like for fall camping. So I want to take a trip this fall. I want to go up and do a backcountry trip up in Porcupine Mountains, I think, something like that, middle of nowhere. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Yeah, I used to live in Park City for a long time, and we had wildfires that were insane, right? They would be like the sky would be orange, red orange, and then you'd get rained on with ash. It was pretty wild. And then we'd have airplanes fly over right over my house, like these giant airplanes would be like a few hundred feet right over your head, like woof. And then you'd see him like cross over into the next valley and just dump water. It's pretty wild. Yeah, Park City for a few years had some crazy wildfires, dangerous ones. No, I would say maybe not as dangerous as California, of course. California, man. I lived in California too. I'd go up to the mountains of California. And you go up there and you'd be like, shit, this is like just one giant tinderbox up here. Just one huge tinderbox. Like some of the California mountains, you're just like, this whole place is like, it's like one match will set it off. What's crazy too is, you know how some of these fires start is catalytic converters. So like you'll take your 4x4 vehicle out to the mountains or something, right? And you'll park off the side of the 4x4 track, and you've got like grass and stuff that'll like catch fire, and you're not paying attention. You go off and start hiking, and you come back and like 3 acres are burning. Oh, look at the sellers here. Rage from the sell side right now. They're all cranky right here. We had this happen yesterday. So yesterday we were sitting in some calls, and we knew that the sellers were here. And we were like, here, the seller's going to come in. They're going to get all cranky, try to throw us over. They're all stinky bears. They don't want us going up. All kinds of drama. They're all cranky pants. Diapers are full. It was really fascinating, too, because when we were here yesterday, say we're like a similar situation, right? My buddy was going to sell, and I was like, nah, you don't sell. It's like, what you can do is wait till we get up here. Till the confirmation of the move lower. Then you take your profit right there. If you think that we're going to roll. If your idea is that we're going to roll, that's what you do. So you never you never panic sell this bar right here. So saucy, bears. NorCal, 1 spark equals conflagration. Yeah, man. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's good to be here, making money. So much rage. Sell-side rage, man. Oof.
Singapore reports that CME Group are to launch Ether and Bitcoin ratio futures on July the 31st. So that's a CME Group to launch Ether Bitcoin ratio futures on July 31st.
Am I making money? I'm making tons of fucking money. I'm in 441 C's for 22 cents.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Making money, making tons of money. I just did a proofing thing. I was with a bunch of suits yesterday. And we did a presentation in the morning, and it lasted until, I think, 1:30 in the afternoon. And we were in a room with a bunch of smart people. And the neatest part of it was that, the neatest part of yesterday was that it wasn't like we planned or set up a specific time of day or a day to make money. So we can kind of like set this up to where, hey, we know on this day we'll likely have a trend day. And we can probably give a presentation that'll make us look awesome. We didn't do that. We're just like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter when we do it. We can do it 11 a.m., 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 3 p.m. We can do it tomorrow, today. We can do it a sideways day. We can do it a down day. It doesn't matter. So we went to this presentation yesterday, and you know, we got done whenever we got done, and I was like, you want to take some trades? And these guys were like, sure. So we took some trades together, and we're just trying to do proof of concept, and it was fucking phenomenal. As a matter of fact, I'm not gonna say who, but one of the guys in the room, I told these guys, I was like, don't close this stuff, just let it ride. And so they let it ride. And one of the guys did not. One of the guys was like, we were like right here. I think it was our second or third trade. No, we made like six. I think it was six total trades. And so it was like 6 trades. We traded GME, SPY, and IWM multiple times. And there was a trade where we got rolled over on the trade. But our timing was right, and we were good, right? So we were like rolling down or something. It was like right here. I'll show it to you. It was we took a trade yesterday. I think right here, and we got caught in it, right? I think this is exactly how it will go. We're coming up here, right? Coming up here yesterday. And I'm talking to these guys, and I'm like, yeah, I just want to get a dip buy. Like, I just want a cheap price. So we bought, like, right here. Boom. Came up and failed. And I'm like, you know what? Just leave those fucking calls on. We tagged the hourly trigger. And we're going to hold this. And everybody held except for one guy. And so we go back to the presentation yesterday, And we've got this chart up on a big screen, and it's just in the background, and I'm just blabbing away, blah 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 blah, answering questions and talking. And as I'm doing that, like, this is happening right here, and this is happening, and people are watching in the background. And this looks like it's going to fail into the bell yesterday, right? So I'm wrapping up the presentation. It's like 4 o'clock, or not 4. It's like 3:58, and then we just start exploding to the upside, and all of our calls went to 300% into the bell, and so it was like 4:01, 4:02, and I'm like, okay, close your calls. So like people are closing their calls right as we go into the bell. And as they're closing their calls, one guy goes, I sold. And I was like, what do you mean you sold? And they go, I sold. I go, what do you mean you sold? And he sold like this down here. He sold this bar right here. Like right down there. As soon as he bounced on that hourly, boom. That was it. He was out. So it actually helped the presentation. It actually helped the presentation to it's like have that proof of concept through to the end. Oh, look at that down there. Oh, so much doom. So much doom and gloom. $436.36-ish. It's right here. It's right down there. I gotta add more. Hold on here. Am I still in calls? Yes, I'm still in calls right now.
Keeping an eye on the markets here, S&P 500 pairing gains up around spot 1% on the session so far. Dollar, according to the Dixie, up around spot 3%.
I think so. I've got a 300, 441 C's, but I got in down here, so I got in right on this bar right here. This is right. This is where Cappy bought, right down here. Yeah, still in calls. As a matter of fact, just added another 100 pack, so I'm building a position. No, I've got Fridays. I've been in them since this morning. Now I have 400. Yeah, the reaction was great. So that's the last part of it. So the reaction was unreal. The reaction was well taken, well received. This is kind of stuff where like you have to have an edge, right? You can't be like well, number one, I don't want to be like a furu, right? So the idea here is that I either turn into a furu, we shut this down, and I move along my way. I don't want to be a furu, and I don't want to shut it down. I like helping out retailers. I like the feeling that it gives me is makes me feel good inside. But you have to have an edge. And so if you're not going to be a furu and you're not going to shut it down, you have to have a fucking edge. it's not, for me, it's not good. So there's some services out there where they'll have their own tools, or we do this, or we do that, or we do Gamma, we do Gex, we do whatever the fuck it is you do. And some of those things I'm like, that's not an edge. It's like more like awareness. I need a fucking edge. As a retailer, we don't get an edge, right? As a retailer, we get crystal balls, tea leaves. We don't get a lot, right? As a retailer, we get a lot of like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We get a lot of stuff that's like, we get people that sell shit, and we're like, what the fuck do they say? What are they saying to us? I was highlighting in this meeting yesterday a guy that he puts out a brief every day, in the morning and at nighttime, and he writes this brief in a way where he has an out no matter what. He'll give like the bull case, the bear case, and the theta case. And he crafts and weaves it so perfectly that it doesn't matter the outcome. So if we go up, he's right. If we go down, he's right. We trade sideways, he's right. And it doesn't help. So, but it's fascinating because people love it. They're like, that guy's smart. I'm like, this guy is writing this specifically a certain way for consumption, for you to consume and not have an edge. And I think that's what we're all looking for, is an edge, right? Not easy to have an edge. It's a very, very hard thing to do. It's not easy having an edge. It's a fucking hard thing to do. So you want to have an edge. You want to have, if you're not going to be a furu, you're not going to shut it down. You got to have a fucking edge, and you have to be able to get that edge to people. You have to be like, here, I have an edge. Do you want it? And if they're like, fuck yeah, I want that edge, we can continue on with what we're doing, and we can make it self-sustainable, and we can have the community help with that development of having an edge. So if you have a large community that says, hey man, we're all doing the same thing. I see something. Are you seeing this? Or do you see something? And if we're all on the same page with that edge, we can be a force to be reckoned with, right? As a community. We will scare the shit out of the big boys because we have an edge. So that's what we're doing right now is, or we started with working on this in the background, like Winky and I are doing this in the background with some other people. And then now it's time to show people that haven't had any experience with this, very smart people, and say, here, this is what we got. Do you think that we have an edge? And it's been a multiple meetings to try to prove this stuff, and we've been proving it. So if we have an edge that's provable, that's a big fucking deal. Pretty big fucking deal. So that's what we're doing right now. That's what's been going on the past week. Any thoughts about preventing banks from taking away your edge? That's a big conversation that we had yesterday. It's a large conversation that we had yesterday. We don't know. I think the thought process here is that that's a big question that we had to answer. We're discussing. Fuck, this is a hard one. We cannot. Some of what we're doing we can't release publicly ever, or we'll lose the edge. So there has to be it has to be more of an educational thing, and kind of like you have to work hard to get there so that you can weed out a lot of people. So if you make it just obscure enough where you have to work hard to figure it out, then hopefully we'll. This is kind of a weird thing to say. This is going to sound really crazy. Less people is better. So we need to make it less people. Which is kind of crazy. So we think that we do think that the group is going to be small. We're not trying to tell everybody. We're going to make it a hard work for the user to use it. We have to. We don't have a choice. Because I think the banks will try to beat it too. I agree with you. Who said that out there? Who said that? Who said someone's very smart out there? Canuck Mobile. Yeah, man. There's an aspect to that, man. Absolutely.
The results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
So I've been in 441s since 22 cents. 441s. And I just added another pack right here. Yeah, it's really weird. So we've built this thing out to a point where it's possible to remove all the work and just have the best setups.
102 counterparties take $1.935 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
We don't think that we'll ever release that. We had a bunch of talk about this, like how much do you charge? We went like through circular conversations, like, and it became absurd. It was like, yeah, what about 10,000 a month? Like 20,000 to limit. Like for the best version of this tool, 100,000. What's the price? Because I don't even know. And the crazy part is you're likely to get shut down. Like you're gonna get threatened. You're gonna get sued. You're gonna get attract unwanted attention. You're gonna get bought out. All kinds of stupid shit. So I think that there's like this whole like risk associated. So it has to be like just a little bit of an edge, not a ton of edge. So no, not really. Like the really weird stuff is that I've got like 10 people right now that do that pay that. Like I've got people in the background that are like, just shut the whole thing down and we'll trade it together. They've already been trading it with me. So it's like that simple. I don't have to deliver to anybody. It's already been delivered. Like the people are already here. There's a very small group of people here we'll just shut the whole fucking thing down and trade it together alone. It's that fucking good. So that's the fear. So that's where we're at with I can't release it publicly ever. I think that's the thought here is I think our conclusion at this point is that version will never see the light of day ever. So I think that's where we're at with a lot of it. So it has to become something where it's like it's kind of like here's a 10-page paper. It's controlled what you can see, and then it gets disseminated to you when it or you have to like work hard to figure it out.
Fidelity is
So it has to be something like that, I think.
Application with the SEC.
You guys all short as fuck or what? You guys all selling the market right now? Did you guys all take profit right here on this bottom tick?
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
We went through that process. We went yeah, young trader. That's where we're at right now. We've literally come full circle. It's like all these arguments, like we've gone around in circles for like 2 months, and as the months have passed, we're now. I'll tell you exactly where we are right now. Right now we're at you have to work for it. Like everybody has to work for it, because what it does, it's gonna dissuade. Well, a few things. A new trader likely won't understand it, which is good. So you likely have to have time in market to understand it, and you likely have to work to get the results. So it pushes off a whole large group of people. It like keeps people away from us, which is kind of good. Yeah, believe it or not, we just don't need that many people. We don't want fucking 20,000 people doing this. If we break this shit, or if they get pissed off at us, it's gonna be fucking gone, and then we're fucked. So let's run the gravy train as long as we possibly can. We don't want new followers. I'm serious. Like, our conversation ended yesterday with, we probably don't want any more followers. Like this, we got plenty. I'm dead serious. It was really fucking bizarre, man. Yeah, exactly. No, dude, you guys are all here. We're just not gonna be. We're not gonna be like. We're not gonna do a big splash. So, as a matter of fact, I was talking to a close friend yesterday, and he has a Discord. And he's like, we shut ours down. I was like, you did what? He's like, we shut our Discord down. And I was like, why? And he's like, it's too fucking big. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, dude. He's like, just stop. I was like, and he was because I was making the, or not case, but asking him. I was like, hey, man, like, because I think we have to limit all this shit. And he was like, we did that ourselves. And I was like, why? Like, explain why. And it's just sometimes it's better to be under the radar. So it's just better sometimes to be under the radar. It'll be sad one day when I log in and all the CJJ accounts are gone and deleted. Yeah, they're watching, dude. I think they are watching. 100% I think they're watching. I think at some point we go dark. Like, I'm gonna be fucking serious. Like, I think at some point it's like, get in here, and then we just like, boom, shut off fucking Twitter, make the Discord fucking close Discord, and then we're just doing like videos to closed members, and that's it, and no new members. Like, that's it. It's just us. Something like that. I could be wrong here, but I think that could possibly be where we're headed.
Spot 2% on the session.
So, you know, like your video, like the videos, live streams will just be you and us. That's it. I'll open the stream chat back up. There'll be like 1,000 of us. And it's just us. Yeah, man. Just exit social media. We're rolling it out right now. We're working on it right now. So, it's just a bigger process. It's a bigger process than I thought it would be. It's more complicated than I thought it would be, and we're doing it the right way. It sucks doing it the right way. It's not fun. We even brought in a startup guy that has experience with startups, because we don't want it to be like the janky. Well, there's a bunch of stuff here. Like, dude, I gotta tell you guys some shit. Like, if you do this kind of stuff, right? A lot of guys out there, women, doesn't matter. They get trapped in like the Twitter garden, or the stock twit garden, or the YouTube garden, or the Twitch garden. It doesn't matter. Like, they're like, you'll get like, hey, I'm on Substack, and I'm on Patreon, and most of my audience is on Twitter. So like if you ever get you're always beholden to an Elon Musk. You're always beholden to a garden, right? Someone's garden, somebody else's garden. And if you're ever canceled, if you're ever shut off, if you're ever denied, if you ever do anything wrong at all at any point, all your content is in these places. And if they ever take it away from you, you're fucked. If they ever change the rules for you, you're fucked. They can dictate everything to you. They can dictate anything they want. They're cut. They can decide one day if people are going to see you or not. They can, YouTube, famously. You'll see content makers will be like, hey, I don't know why, but nobody's watching my videos anymore. There's this guy, he's from Canada. He's a construction guy. I forget his name right now, Leslie or something. And he used to have like 300,000 people watching his construction videos. And I was checking in with him on a Saturday or something. And he made a video and he was like, YouTube just stopped pushing my videos. It's like I went from like 300,000 views a day to like 10,000. He's like, I don't know why they did this. Maybe other people are doing different content or new content, or because I'm not covering stuff that new construction guys are covering. I don't know what's going on. It's like at any moment, if you don't have your own garden, you can lose all your shit for any reason. So, of course, we're like, well, we don't want to build it like that. We don't want to we want our own garden. We need our own garden. We have to have our own garden. We can't have, can't be under the thumb of anybody. So to have your own garden is like, it's not fucking easy. It is like a ton of work. So that you're the, you have the control over your future. That costs a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of smart people have to be involved.
Just a quick note from analysts. Wall Street got more signs the Federal Reserve's war against inflation isn't breaking the economy, or at least not yet, with traders sending Treasury yields soaring amid bets on further tightening.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think you have like the Wall Street bet movement. You've got, back in the day, you had the Yahoo message boards. That was a movement, right? 2000s, early 2000s. That all grew into Wall Street bets, right? Then you've got the Twitter FinTwit thing that happened for a bunch of years. You like StockTwits jumped in. You got Roaring Kitty out there. And like as time passes, as the information age passes, you have some very powerful people, right? You've got like Elon, you've got Google, you've got YouTube, you've got TikTok, you've got Twitch, you've got all kinds of. There's like a civil war going on in the background. There's like this major, some people see it and some people don't. There's a major war going on right now behind the scenes of the control of information. Like who's deciding what the information is good, if it's bad, if it's real, if it's fake?
Sold off across the curve with jumping,
and then the monetization of that content, right? A 50% chance. And a lot of this has to do with the retailers out there. It used to be the Wild West, right? You should see the shit that went on in Yahoo message boards back in the day. It was insane. Like we think we're smart. We ain't got shit on these guys. Like these guys are now like 50, 60 years old, 70 years old. These guys are like slamming up. Like you guys, we have all kinds of fancy shit now. We're like, we're like, look at that chart. Look at that beautiful line. This is the Gex line, and this is negative gamma. And look at this big beautiful box down here, and this big beautiful gorgeousness. Oh, you want to pump something in? Oh, you want to know what the max pain is today? Here, just click the button for whatever ticker you want, and I'll show you what max pain on that ticker is. Dude, like the early 2000s, some fucking rocket scientists were hanging out these message boards, and they'd be like, I uploaded a bunch of spreadsheets with the Gex for this morning. And so you're like, okay, I'm going to open this. I shit you not. I'm going to open this file, right? It's a PDF. So open the PDF, and what is it? It's just like fucking numbers. There's no line. There's no boxes. There's no like, there's no pivot tables. There ain't shit. There's just like numbers.
So financial companies
And so like the smart guy would be like, did you get it? And I'd be like, yeah, I got it. And I'd be like, what does it mean?
Way for payouts. Wells Fargo and JP.
And he just like laugh at me. And I'm like, these guys actually understand this stuff without bars, without pivot tables. Like they can just look at this stuff and be like, yeah, this is what it means. We're going down today. So anyways, the point being that as we continue on in this day and age, right, the Wild West is kind of leaving. And there's these people out there that are very, very wealthy and powerful. And they're like, well, we can't let the retailers out from the box. We have to build a bigger box, a stronger box. And we have to control that information. Serious shit, you not. And we got to monetize it. And if they fuck around, we're going to ban them. This applies to politics, applies to stock market, applies to a lot of big things. Anything that has to do with money and power. Remember that. Money and power. So it's money and power, baby. It's all it is. It's all it ever was, all it'll ever be. Money, power. What's going on up here? I thought we were rolling the market over. Someone told me that we were selling the market here. Thought we were crashing. I was told crash. I think I was also told. I think I was told sell my calls or something. I was told something like that. Yeah, they were, man. Back in the day, I don't know if you guys, any guys that remember Yahoo message boards, they were wild, absolutely wild. What those guys were doing. We have it easy. We have it pretty easy these days. We're in the chop zone now. You guys know what this is, right? You know what the chop zone is? You're going to come up here. You got sellers right here. Yesterday, the buyers lost this fight, right? And my posit is sellers are going on vacation and that they're going to get overrun. I don't believe them. I'm at the poker table with them and I'm going, yeah, I don't fucking believe those guys. I think they're going to wrap it up between now and tomorrow at the close. I think they know the flows that are coming through tomorrow. I don't think they want to get caught inside of those flows coming in tomorrow. That's what I think. I think I'm sitting at a poker table right now. We all got our cards out. And we're dealing the cards. And there's this like big burly. He's like this big, huge bear. He's like big guy. He's got big, rippling bear chest, hairy, like boobs, like big bear man boobs. Just like giant. And it's like 5 a.m. We've been playing cards for like the whole weekend. He's like starting to smell like cigarette smoke and old whiskey. We just keep dealing hands to each other. He looks like he's keeping his cool here. He's like, we're going to sell this down to the depths of hell. Going to the depths of hell. And I'm like, no, I'm thinking to myself is, this dude has no idea. The time is running out. So I keep playing cards with him. He's not quite angry yet. Is that like the smelling like old cigarettes and whiskey? But he's unaware of what's coming. He should be flat and he's not. And I've got like I've got my cards in front of me and I'm like, this motherfucker's about to get run the fuck over. I don't know if it's the open. I don't know if it's middle of the day. I don't know if it's the close. I don't know if it's overnight. I don't know if it's tomorrow's open. All I know is one thing. Between now and Friday close, this motherfucker's getting run over. Pretty bad. Meeting was awesome, man. We talked about it in stream today. It was absolutely awesome. Everything went very well. Very happy with the results. It was fascinating. It was a fascinating day. It was great to even just be able to explain this fully. I wish we could have recorded it, to be honest. I wish I had recorded it because there were vast portions of it where we went through the entire explanation. It was a presentation that lasted 4 to 5 hours. It was a long presentation, never ended. Just like go over this, go over that, go over this, go over that. Start at the beginning, work through the entire thing. We're going to have to make that video. So at some point, we're going to have to do a presentation from start to finish so that when you guys have the tool, you can just watch that video and be like, I got it. We're clear. Let's do it. So I wanted to record it yesterday. I didn't. I should have. So at some point, we're going to have to do that. Yeah, it basically was the white paper, which we reviewed. Hold on a second here. Oh, dude, Nick, all you do is click this, click the button to chat, and it'll say subscribe. Hey, Nick, man, couple things. Stop tipping me, man. Just there's 2 ways to join, brother. You can join the chat by clicking the chat button, I think, and then it pops up like subscribe for $5 or something. I try to keep out the scammers. That's the only reason I charge. I don't charge to make money. I think at the end of the day, I probably take home $2.50, $3, maybe. I think, no, less than that, because YouTube takes 30%. Taxes are 30%, and I have to handle the money. Like, that's like fees and all that kind of stuff. So I think I might get like $1.50, maybe $2. I only use it to keep out the scammers.
Bank of England's 10 rare
Scammers, bots.
Very little pass through so far.
If you're poor and you're watching right now and you're poor, or you don't like to pay for stuff, I understand that. So what you can do is go to Twitch and watch us there. If you watch us on Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, you can go to Amazon Prime Gaming. And if you sign up for subscribing to me via Amazon Prime Gaming, CaptainJimJames via Amazon Prime Gaming, it's free for you. You can then comment on Twitch videos. And I think Bezos gives me $5. Of that $5, I think I get $1.50 on that too. But you're able, it's a way for you to circumvent the chatting, but it's an extra step to keep the scammers out. And you don't pay anything. I never make any money off your Amazon purchases, none of that stuff. It's just a program that he's running to bring people to Twitch.
And Bank of England's 10 Raro says it's hard to see the break in relationship between CPI and PPI.
Am I looking for funding? No. So I want you all to know that I've self-funded this entire thing. It's completely self-funded. Do not want any money from anybody. It's like the biggest killer of anything is taking money from people. anti. We were talking yesterday about
And Bank of England's 10 rate reference, the more the Bank of England raises rates now, the sooner and faster the Bank of England will later need to cut rates.
like things that kill startups. Usually it's taking people's money. Thanks, Mission P. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks, Seagastastic. I appreciate it. We're going to have some cool stuff. Like, you're going to get to use it for free. You're going to get like a 5-day free use of it. We're going to run programs too. We have a bunch of free tools. Just heads up here. We have a bunch of free shit. So a few things to say to you guys. Number one, there will always be a free option. It'll always be like, this stuff is free. You can always get by in the free option. There'll be a paid version for other people. What else do you need to know? Not to pry, curious why you needed the meeting yesterday. Because we're taking a big step here, and when you take a large step, people that are involved in what we're doing are like, I want some fucking proof. You know? I have to hire. Well, I already hired them, but like a hired general counsel. Like you start to hire people and put them on payroll, and they want to make sure what you're fucking doing is not bullshit. So that's what it is. So you got to meet with these people and be like, is this viable? Is this feasible? Is it not? We shut it all down. Like, do we just go back to just hanging out with some friends and shit like that? What are we doing here? The key point here is, some of you guys may see this, some of you guys don't. The key point here is this. I can't be here every day forever, right? I can't absorb the cost of this. This has cost me a lot of money at this point. You wouldn't believe it. I'm not going to tell you how much. You have no idea how much this has cost me. A ton of money. And so the time, the effort, the money. So at some point, this has to be self-sustainable. So it has to sustain itself. So you're like, we grew this thing into something we weren't expecting to grow it into. It's awesome. I love it. But it has to at some point. The community needs to sustain it. It's weird because I'm talking to Joe Donut the other day, and I'm like, if we're gonna grow this into something, and we have to have ease of use, enjoyment, and usefulness, right? Those are three main things. And how do you get those? How do you get that? Usually is from your community, not from me. So, is a member in Discord enjoying themselves, or are most members enjoying themselves? It's a big question. That creates the community, right? If your members are enjoying themselves and they're happy, that's how you make it sustainable. If your members feel empowered, they're happy, they're empowered, they're enjoying themselves, right? That's good, right? If your members feel and think that they have ease of use, like, I can find my way around here, right? I can find my way around this place. Everything seems to be pretty easy to use. I can show up to the live stream. I can show up to the Sunday Stock Show. I have some tools. They're clear as day what they mean, their impact, right? And then you've got members that are providing that stuff, right? I was in Discord yesterday. Matter of fact, I want you guys to know this. And when I was in this meeting, I put Discord up on a big screen. And as you guys were posting in Discord yesterday, I was like, look at these people. Like, these people are great fucking traders. I was like, they're working with each other. My fucking mind was blown yesterday. I was like, in the Discord yesterday, I'm like, these people are trading together. I was like, these people know where the roll is. These people know where the dip is. They know where the fucking buy is. They know where the sell is. Like, these guys are trading together day in, day out, day in, day out. Like, that's a fascinating fucking thing. There's people in there. You've got John doing educational series inside this. We went through the educational channel, and I'm like, you can't buy this shit. Like, you can't. It's like lightning in a bottle. You know. So you have, like, ease of use, usefulness, and enjoyment. Right. So does this work? Does this not work? Like, a really fascinating thing. Dude, I was so impressed yesterday. Like, dude, I wanted to cry yesterday. I was reading, dude, I want to cry right now. Like, I was looking at that Discord yesterday. You guys are like, the community is what makes anything. It's not me. I don't make anything, dude. So you guys elected me. That's it. You guys can fire me tomorrow. You know? So, you guys are what makes what we do. So, I don't know. It's a fascinating thing. And, there's nothing like you guys. Bad motherfuckers. Bad motherfuckers, dude. Sellers stepping in right now. I've got a bear cross above on the 1 minute chart on the 27 EMA, the 129 EMA, and the 6 right now. Look out for a roll below. If you are long trying to buy that hourly trigger, it is down here at 436.40. If you're just long the market and want to put on some puts as a hedge down here, I understand. So, anyways, we've got 7. So what we're doing right now is what's really crazy is right now every month we're going in and removing inactive users. So if you're like an inactive user for longer than a month, we remove you from the Discord. So right now are you ready for how many active users? Like, so right now there's 460, but active users in the Discord right now, guess how many we have? 1,770. So over the course of a month, about 1,770 people are going in there at different times of the day, which is fascinating. So you're like, that's a significant amount of people that are like, I got to get inside that Discord and make sure my trade is good. Even if they don't interact, they're like, I'm going in that fucking Discord because I know those guys know what they're doing. It's pretty badass. Like, it's fucking badass, man. Congratulations. Congratulations to the members of that Discord. Yeah, so what we had a problem. Well, not just a problem. So we're a financial Discord, right? We're not a gaming Discord. So scammers know that that they're not gonna take a 12-year-old for a ride, right? They know that you being in financials, that 1, you have money, 2, you want to spend it, and 3, some of you are going to be gullible. So they'll go into financial Discords and they'll try to run scams on users. It's a very common thing. So we're fighting it. So we right now are the most secure you can be. We've done everything Discord wants us to do. We have like 8-factor authentication. We have all kinds of crazy shit to keep these bots and scammers out. People that are trying to take information, steal shit, steal like your alpha in there. And so what we do is we go through every month, man. And if you're not an active user in that Discord, like, hey, I signed up 3 months ago and I haven't done anything. Haven't been back to the Discord. I haven't said hello. We remove you from the Discord. You can come back in, but we remove you from the Discord. So it's a part of cleaning house. Like, how many actual users do we have? Let's keep it clean around here. You can always come back. It's not like you're banned or kicked out or anything. So if you don't make any comments in the Discord and you find that you're not in it any longer, I'll give you another invite. You can get back in whenever you want. We post them here in the show every day. Yeah, you don't have to. You can be a wallflower. Don't feel like you have to say anything. Like if you're with that person that just wants to be a wallflower, be a wallflower. If you don't feel like you have anything to add to the conversation, we have a Discord channel called the General Chat, and that's just a place to talk. We also have another one called Risk Off, which is what I really like. Risk Off is a place in our Discord that we talk, I believe, nothing market related. So if you just wanted to be like fuck this market, I hate it, or like I don't want to fucking talk about the stock market today. I want to talk about mowing my lawn or trip I got coming up. I don't know. Anything but the stock market. We have that place too. So it's not all market related. It's mostly market related, Discord, but we even have places for you if you're like, I don't think I have anything to add. So if you ever want to be like, hey, what's going on, everybody? You just want a friend or something, someone to talk to. You know, like FinTwit's like Mad Max, right? Like get on FinTwit and you're just like, and you turn that turret around and take a shot with that arrow and the rope on it and just murder that guy over there in his it's like his dune buggy, like shoot that guy over there, and you're like driving around. Someone's like throwing fire bombs at Captain Jim out in the desert, like flames coming off the back of my dune buggy. That's not our Discord. That's Twitter. So if you just want a place that you can like fuck Twitter, I'm out of here today. I don't want to drive. I don't want to race dune buggies in the desert with a bunch of mutants. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get in the Discord and just chill. Twitter's crazy, man. All I can think about is Mad Max, like Twitter. Twitter's like hold on a second here. Let's take a look at Twitter. You guys want at Twitter? You want to see a look at Tesla? What's that town in Mad Max called? Border Town? What's it called in Mad Max? Twatters for trolling, yeah. Barter Town, dudes, Barter Town. Twitter's Barter Town. All right, so what's going on down here? What's going on over here? We got what? Tesla bulls are like, we're out of here. We're following the green line. Suck it, we're out of here. Look at that, it's so crazy. Look at Tesla here. Tesla's just like, so Tesla used to trade its daily, or frequently trades its daily, not its hourly, for big moves. So I want you to see this here. I guess to you, Tesla looks pretty bullish here. To me, it does not. See this right here? I mean, it's cooling off, but I always like this for the big move in Tesla. So, for me personally, I'm not anti you buying the hourly for intraday trades. If you're like, yeah, I bought that cap, we're coming back into it right now, I bought that. And hey, Captain, I want to buy that as long as we stay above a certain price. I get that. I understand. I completely understand. So if you're bullish on Tesla, I would say this to you. As long as Tesla remains above 255.59, buy the dip. Now, when I make those statements to you, do you see this wick right here, right? It didn't remain above the hourly trigger there, did it? So what I'm implying to you is that when I say to you, long as it stays above its hourly trigger, what you don't want to see is a closing bar on a 30-minute chart. Closing bar underneath, okay? So you don't want to see that. Now, if you see this, you'll likely get this, but you'll also likely get a pull higher, like this. So if you see the closing bar in a 30-minute chart, you'll see the initial move down. It'll pull back up. You then exit your long trade. You'll likely then see something like this. And it will roll. So this isn't qualifying. That does not qualify. That does not qualify. That does not qualify. This is where you buy the dip. Okay? You're actually dip buying right now on Tesla. You're not selling. This is the place to buy. This is the place to sell Tesla. See it? I'm assuming that a bunch of you that were sellers of Tesla got smoked there. You got smoked here, and you got smoked here, and you got smoked here. So this is the place to buy Tesla. Now, big picture. I don't like seeing flattening of hourly. I love seeing hourly going up. Flat is not bad necessarily, but it's not good. I never like seeing hourly going down. That's bad, right? See the hourly going down, right? See the hourly going up. See price above the hourly. All bullish. So, on a higher time frame, pulling out the goggles, I still like the idea of buying lower. So you can intraday trade Tesla here, but I still think we get a dip to buy. It's likely at 240 to 250. 240 to 250, probably 245-ish. So, yeah, if we get a run-up into the weekend, that's fine. If we get a run-up for 4th of July, that's fine. But I would like to buy it down here, like 240 to even lower. Like if we started selling today, if we sold tomorrow, I'd like to personally buy 234.42. I don't know when this happens, but whenever it does, I'm going to buy it. So I'll say that to you. I'll buy it. Whenever we can also trade as low as 205, and I'd buy the fuck out of that too. But I think there's another dip down here to buy, personally. I think any move higher is unsustainable on Tesla. So I'm bullish here in Tesla intraday. If Tesla trades above the green, I'll trade that all day long too. So I'm not like anti-Tesla going up here at all. But I would like to see a pullback, a little bit more substance than this one right here. I guess this does count as tagging the hourly. It has recovered. All signs say bullish into the upside here. So maybe we can go back up there and at least tag that 280, 277 maybe, and then roll it back over. At least make an attempt for this previous high here. Now, as long as you stay above, remember, no closing bar below. We're a little bit almost here to make a turn here. So what we're going to find out if the green bars, you see that right here, we could come over. Then we bounce again, right? So that's possible. We can do that. If we do this down here, what you're going to do is see this right here, right? You'll see that just like that. You'll see that move right there, right? Bam, bam, bam. And then we'll get that dip buy down there for Tesla. It's like 236 right now, 237.50. So if we get that closing bar below, see it right here? See right where we are right now? You want to see if we get a closing red bar. Remember, closing red bar. Because this half hour right here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times sellers got smoked right there. Smoked. Like, woof, gone. So you need a closing red bar in the half an hour on Tesla if you're a sell side. If you're going to sell it and you get that first half an hour red bar down here, there's going to be a chance for you to sell this down to 235 on Tesla. So let's look at Tesla here. Show it to you right now. Boom. Ready? It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Get fucked. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. It's going to crash, it's going to crash. Nope. So I guess maybe this is the time it crashes, right? How many chances do you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to crash. It's the 7th time, right? My assumption here would be the trade is not to be short right here. The trade is to allow a closing bar. Boom, boom. It should squeeze higher here. And that the down trade is like right here. Bam, 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 bam. The one that you're actually looking for is like right there. Well, that's the money trade. I'm assuming that people on social media are like, yeah, dude, I shorted this one, I shorted that one, they disappeared, shorted that one, 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 disappeared. I'm sure they're short right now too. I bet someone's telling you out there right now they're short Tesla. There's got to be one voice of one person out there right now that's like, I'm short Tesla. And they're going to disappear if it bounces. So the trade is not to be short here. The trade is to be short after. Does that make sense? Or they're trading $1,000 accounts. What are they trading? I'm assuming that they're trading $1 million account and they got burned, 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 they got burned again, they got burned again. I don't know. Or maybe they were short up here, I guess. They shorted that, shorted that, shorted that, shorted that. I don't know. Maybe they're flat right now. They've been just trying to do all this shit. Hasn't worked yet. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I know that voice is very loud, though. I know, like, the voice right here is the loudest. This is where the drums beat. Like, doom, 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 doom. I know this is the one where people take the short and they don't take it here. Like the masses. I know that most traders don't trade this here. They mostly like watch it go down, and then they're like, fuck that, hit the short button. And they're like, short right fucking here. I think there's a short here. I just think it's below. I think the trap is here. Look at them. They're bleeding out the SPY right now. Just added a bunch of calls. Up 1 penny right now. Flat right now. So mad. Look at him. So angry. So angry. These sellers, man, they're so brutal. So raging. Look at him. So angry. All we do is keep going up. 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 Do we go up? So angry. How angry they are. So angry. Mike Burry, don't patronize me. So angry. So saucy. So let me know, are you short here or no? I always feel like the drums beat the loudest here. But I think it's like you take the money and run here. And then the second short is like below, like bam, bam, bam. Like this is the second short down here. It's not right here. This is like the danger zone for being short. 7 or 8 times the dip was bought right there, so we'll see. It's where I bought the dip this morning, right down here. I bought it right here. I am a little stinky, though. My calls are like flat. I probably should have taken profit up here. But I have faith right now. I'm not feeling scared here. I guess I have to feel fear, don't I? Twitter is the Thunderdome. Yeah, so Big Ball says he's short right now. Big Ball says, how many of you are short right now? My 441s are flat right now. They're exactly what I paid for them in the beginning. Haven't lost a fucking penny here, so. I'm fascinated. Winky, can you run a poll here and find out who's short? I'm fascinated because why I'm fascinated is because I don't see the short unless you have a closing bars up here. Like I don't see it. So I want to know what you guys are thinking. Like I see the bouncing. Get that? I get all that right there. But we're going up, right? We're not going down. So we're going up. I know that. So I guess my question here is, I would like to see like a red bar like that, and then a green bar like this. Maybe another like failed attempt up here. And then I'd like to see a red bar like right there and jump on that short right there. Like this one right here, like cut my calls and go short the market. We're trying to make a proof right now. So yesterday we were doing proofs on the market. I was in some meetings yesterday, and we were talking about proofs on the market. So I'm trying to prove some stuff here. Higher time frame stuff, that kind of stuff. Are they? That's what I want to know. Like, is somebody opening short here? Like, are you opening a short position? That's what I want to know. Like, are you opening it right here? We're trying to prove some stuff here. It would if it was me, if I was short here, right? I would be taking the money and running right here and be out flat. And I wouldn't care if we had another red bar down here, because it could rip back up on you still. Like, I think this is the money trade right here. Like, that's the money part of the trade. This is the risky part of the trade. This is the risky part of the trade. This is the money part of the trade right here. And I think that the next trade below hasn't started yet. So I'm always fascinated when, like, people are starting to open short, like, right here. I just showed you that the last 8 times you would have gotten torched. So I question that if I believe people. Does that make sense? So so sometimes we'll have people in the chat will say things like, like, I'm short here. And then they disappear, or they close them out, or whatever. And so, like, the statistics say that you're wrong, is my point. No, not just that you're wrong. The statistics say that you're going to get blown up like 8 times doing that, 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. Like 70 out of 100 times you're going to get blown up. So that's why I ask. Like, can we go lower here? We can. But the number of times that we don't is statistically mind-blowing. That you actually lose. That's why I ask. I'm not asking because I want to know. I'm asking to find out if you're blowing up your account most of the time. Because that second leg of that trade down doesn't start yet.
Wavered in afternoon trading today as a batch of stronger than expected data on the US economy kept Wall Street on alert for further interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve.
It's fascinating too. Like, you're hearing news right now from the Squawk, right? The Squawk's telling you the Bank of England 10 Rayro. The more BOE raises rates now, the sooner the faster BOE will later need to cut. And you're getting, like, bad news just as we touch the hourly trigger. Why do you think that is?
Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci.
You think that's kind of bizarre? How, like,
by signing up.
Bad news comes in just as you hit a specific target? I don't think it's fascinating. I think it's fascinating. You don't get big balls by going with stats, Cap. I'm just fascinated by it because there's, like, this trade here, right? We saw that trade. We knew that was rolling. We talked about the risk here. I said if you're long the market, put a hedge on, right? You guys heard me in stream say that, right? Did you guys hear me say that in stream? Should I turn the stream off, right? And just take 10 minutes to cut it out. Where I said you might want to put a hedge on right here. You guys remember that part of the stream? Or do you guys have, like, selective memory? Do you remember what I said to you right here? I said you likely want to put a hedge on the market if you're long it. You guys remember that? Probably not. And then I'm fascinated by people starting a short right here. I want to know if they're starting a short right there. I'm assuming you're upside down right now, right? You're getting torched. You're getting burned right now, right? You're on fire right now. Here, you want some gasoline? Will that help? Here's some gasoline. I'll burn it for you.
So just to make our users aware as well, the Fed whisperer Nick Timiraos from the Wall Street Journal has dropped a article titled Jerome Powell saying the next phase of rate hikes will be harder to predict. As we have provided this on the Financial Juice feed for anybody that's interested.
I'm going to read this to you guys here, okay? I'm going to give you guys a version of this right now. So we know who Nick Timiraos is, right, guys? Awesome. Love him.
Street Journal Pro subscription. Normal subscription does not seem to cover this.
I'm going to give you guys a link to it. The link that I'm giving you is an archived version. So there's an archived version of the Nick Timiraos story that just came out from the Wall Street Journal. I'm going to read it to you. Remember what I said. Are you starting a short position here? Are you starting a short position here? Yeah, there's some member berries out there, aren't there? Good job, Wall Street woes. Fucking member berries. I love you, Wall Street woes. That's right, the Fed's mouthpiece. Okay, so I'll read this to you right now, okay? Jerome Powell says bank failures underscore need for stronger regulation supervision. Fed chair says he looks forward to evaluating proposals for such changes. So let's look at that closely, okay? So Jerome Powell says bank failures underscore the need for stronger regulation and supervision. Number one, the banking insurance or the FDIC insurance is a disaster. Like I was like a year or two ago, people were like, or this past spring, people were like, I think Yellen might have said this shit. Like, we don't need to increase insurance for banking deposits. I'm like, I found people on FinTwit were like, small businesses don't have $250,000, and I'm like, are you smoking crack? Like, small businesses burn through or will have easily in a week or a month exchanging $1 million minimum. That's true. Like, it's a small business. $1 million exchanging hands. Like, I pay them, they pay me. This comes in, I pay that. A lot of small businesses don't make a lot of money. But you know what a lot of small businesses do? They're entrusted with other people's money. Let that sink in. So a lot of small businesses are not that profitable. You'll meet small business owners and they'll be like, yeah, I did all right this year. But always find out what they are actually processing. And it's fascinating because they'll be like, oh, I did $10 million last year. In revs, right? With 10 or not even, I forget the revs. We had revs come in, but then we like 9,900,000 went out last year too. So I was like the gatekeeper of that shit. That's all I was, right? So I'm a little flabbergasted at not making the insurance relative to today. Like $1 million, maybe a couple million. The other thing is the bank failures underscore the need for stronger regulation. A lot of these banks that failed operate in an environment that supports starting risky ventures. We don't want to stifle that to some extent. I have businesses that I own, and some of my businesses that I own, because of how I structure my companies, I can't do banking anywhere I want. That's true right now. I have one business in particular that I only have one state that I can bank in that's willing to even do the business with me because of the risk associated with what I do. So anyways, you don't want to strangle that. Who does want to strangle that? Do you know? These large banks do. Like large banks like JPM, GS, they would like nothing more than for strangulation with regulation. More regulation, the better it is for larger banking. And supervision. Now, that one I agree with. I agree with that one a lot. There's a lot of regulation already in banks. Like the one thing that fascinated me about the failure of these banks, which did piss me off, was, dude, they fucking, like the Fed told you, the fucking Fed, like first time in history said, we're going to tell you when we're raising rates. Like they literally fucking forewarned you. So that was a head scratcher to me. So supervision I like. Because that did piss me off. Now, that part of the banking failure shows that these bankers don't give a fuck, right? They are whores. That's what they are. They're fucking whores. They will fucking drain it until it breaks. They give a fuck about you and they give a fuck about me. So there's a lot about banks I don't like. So the supervision part I like. Fed chair says he looks forward to evaluating proposals for such changes in this article. So watch that motherfucker come right back. Hot sauce coming through. Hot sauce coming through right now. Hot sauce coming through. So what's fascinating about this is you want to support banking participants, like people that go to the bank. You want to encourage, well, I guess you want to, and sometimes you want to, and sometimes you don't want to, encourage new business growth. But you need to fucking watch the guys that are watching over that, right? The guys that own the bank, that guy, the CEO, CFO, I don't fucking know, the chief compliance officer, they're all scumbags, right? These C-suite guys are fucking pigs. Those guys need to go to prison. You need to put those fucking guys under supervision. You know what I mean? So, Fed chair says he looks forward to evaluating proposals for such changes. Watch this stuff as it plays out, because you don't want to stifle some things. You do want to support people that did the right thing. And there's a last part of this. And that's when a bank has a run. There's nothing that the Fed can do. There's nothing that the Senate can do. Zero if there's a bank run. There is no way to regulate or supervise if that happens. There's nothing you can do in place of it. But the people at the top of these fucking banks, man, are fucking pigs. And we likely won't do any supervising to put them in prison. If you put one in prison, you got to put them all in prison. And I'll tell you who is a banker. Jerome fucking Powell was a banker. And that's like going to court, right? So I have to go to court. I have tenants, right? Sometimes I have to go to court. You know what you don't do when you go to court? You don't represent yourself. You have an attorney, right? Because the attorneys go to school to be attorneys, right? They go to school to be attorneys, they pay all this money, and I'm going to just walk in there and try to be an attorney? Fuck no. Fuck no. There's a whole thing for this. If I do that, I look like a jackass, right? I think I'm smarter than an attorney. I don't respect the profession. Guess what else? There's a judge up there, and that fucking judge went to law school. These guys need to get paid. They have their whole thing, like everything they do. Whole society, culture, all of this. So I do find it fascinating that Jerome is saying we have to regulate the banks. And I'm like, wait a minute, this fucking guy is a banker too. Who's getting hurt here? It's likely not the attorneys and the judges. So I'm fascinated to see how this works itself out. I do like that he's saying this, but I find it hilarious. Because whatever regulation and supervision is coming, it likely benefits bankers and not you. I added to my position down there. I'm long, man. I'm long into tomorrow's close. I am long. Long. Would you take profit here? Yeah, take profit right up here. Right where we are right now. Are they going to try to roll it right here? It's likely going to go right up into that bell right there. So there's your answer. There's likely another dip buy. So I'm going to read the rest of this story to you right now. How's your short going, by the way? Making money? I remember, right? I asked one question. I said, are you starting a short here? People were like, yes. And then later on, as it returned green, they said, well, I started it way up high. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Say whatever you want. I just want to know if you're short or if you're long. So I want to know. Okay, so Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and two other mid-sized lenders this spring underscore the need for strong capital buffers to ensure the banking system is resilient during times of stress, which these banks did not do, right? We know that they were warned that we would have rate increases. At that point, they should have increased their capital buffers, right? They should have done that shit 2 years ago, and they fucking didn't. That's bad. Who made those decisions? CEOs did. The events of the last couple months would have been much more difficult to manage had the largest banks been undercapitalized or illiquid, Powell said in remarks prepared for delivery at a conference in Madrid on Thursday morning. The Fed has come under fire from some critics in recent months for its role in easing supervision and regulation of mid-sized banks, which followed bipartisan legislation signed into law by then Donald Trump in 2018. The bank failures suggested a need to strengthen our supervision and regulation of institutions of the size of SVB, Powell said, referring to Silicon Valley Bank. I look forward to evaluating proposals for such changes and implementing them where appropriate, he added. What's fascinating about this is if you just threaten prison, that's all you have to do. It's very simple. You just threaten prison with these guys. You fuck around as a CEO, you get 10 years. It's very simple. We won't do that, though, will we? There's no fucking way we're going to do that. That's how I feel about it. Like, you just threaten jail, like 10 years, automatic. Your bank fails due to these reasons, prison. As a matter of fact, if you fight it, it's 20. If you take the 10, it's 10. It's very simple. But they won't do that, right? Because you got the attorneys and the judges. He's one of them. He's one of the bankers, man. He's not going to do that. So you'll likely see regulation of some kind and supervision of some kind that forces consolidation of mid-sized banks to wealthier bankers. As inflation soared last year, Powell accelerated interest rate increases because he and his colleagues on the Fed wanted to stop an inflationary mindset from taking root. By February, the Fed had increased rates by 4.5 percentage points in 1 year, the fastest pace in 40 years. Bank supervisors didn't quickly identify how those rates had created a dangerous mismatch between some banks' assets, securities, and loans paying low rates and liabilities, deposits, and other bank borrowing with higher rates. In March, those losses triggered a run on SVB, which had an unusually high concentration of uninsured deposits. That's a fucking lie. They did know. They did fucking know. So them saying they did not know is a fucking lie. I want you to know that. The Fed's annual stress tests of banks considered how lenders would withstand severe downturns that would produce significant credit losses. But SVB's vulnerability came from misjudging its exposure to losses on securities that had fallen in value due to a rapid rise in interest rates as opposed to loan defaults. That's another lie. They were warned in advance of this. Other banks took precautions. As a matter of fact, banks came out and said, we took precautions when he screamed we're going to raise interest rates. The Fed's annual stress test, and then what's fascinating about this too, right, is the Fed used to not telegraph increasing rates. The whole fucking point of the Fed now telegraphing what they're going to do in advance, you would think that these people would take precautions, but they don't. This is crazy shit. Did I see the YouTube channel Best Evidence video on banking fiasco? I'll have to watch it. What is it? Let me write it down. I have not seen it. Best Evidence. I'll watch it.
NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at $2.70. NYMEX diesel July futures
I'll watch
at $2.41 a gallon.
Let me read what you're saying right now.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.61 a gallon.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's crazy too is like Beartown's saying it right now. Like, that's the other part of this. That like this thing gets all fucked up here too. Like this is how fucked up shit is. So you see the Fed step in to rescue, right? Like the Fed now rescues regional banks. They're like, we didn't rescue. I'm like, bullshit, man. I'm looking at the fucking at the TG, not the TGA, yeah, the general account, right? And I'm like, you can see it right there. I can see the money that you took out of the fucking system and you fucking put it back in the system. You were warehousing it. I know what they're doing. What they can't sell at the auction, they're fucking warehousing for down the road. They re-injected some of that money so they can claim they didn't create it, but yet it was warehoused. All right, this is shit you not. This really happened. So what's really crazy is this is how a bear got fucked in some ways, right? Because now you know that the hand is there. The put is there. The Fed put is there. The fucking Fed put is there. And what's crazy is there's some other fat asshole out there, and he's got like real estate, commercial real estate, and he's like, I ain't fucking renting market rates. If I can't get $100 a square foot, fuck you. I'll just go bankrupt. Take your revolving credit and suck it. I ain't doing it. I'll just do it again. I'll declare bankruptcy and I'll build more properties. Right? If it blows up, I don't care. And then all of a sudden, when regional banks get saved, they're like, what's that? Right? You got like Jamie is like fat as fuck over this. And then you got GS like, you know, shaking a fucking tin can going, can I consolidate some commercial real estate for me over here? Can I get some of that? Can I get some of that Fed put action? So like, it's like now we've set up like commercial real estate is like the next one, right? Like commercial real estate is like you got these big guys are like, oh man, dude, we're gonna do that to we did that to regional banks, dude. I want to buy some fucking distressed commercial properties and add that to the banking portfolio. Like we used to never trade the stock market, and then what was it? Back in the 80s, we got really active in the stock market, right? In the quest for profit, we fucked that all up in 2008, right? And now we need a new revenue stream. So what can we get involved in? BlackRock's like, well, we're building residential properties now. Like all these banks are like, we're now landlords for the serfs. You know, they do their banking with us. They live in the homes that we own, and now we want to own the fucking place they go to work and they're a rat in all day long. We're gonna own it all at some point. You know, this is true. That's what it is, right? It's the consolidation of the commercial real estate market next. Who's going to buy it? And then all of a sudden it'll be back to work again, right? No more work from home. It's really wild. It's like you've got one landlord and your landlord now changes. Whereas you had one landlord, now you have a new landlord. Yeah, you're renting out a big office building and they're like, you step aside. We're going to bring this guy in to be your new landlord. That new guy is likely going to be a large bank. And the greedy hands are already out, right? You see them we've talked about this since spring, right? I remember when this was going on with the regional banks, and I was like, man, the next fucking thing is going to be these commercial properties. A little bit of coiling right now. Be careful out there. Watch this on, I'm watching this right now on Bookmap. Like, very dangerous when we coil like this. So, my point here is that we got fucked, man. Like, we got fucked, and then, some of these people they're just greedy. They don't care if you regulate them. I agree with the supervision. We need more supervision. We need these CEOs need to be watched. They knew what was coming. It was telegraphed to them that rates were going up. They knew they were exposed. And these guys are like, SVB, man, is like giving fucking loans to startups. This is like 8th grade fucking economics. If you're raising fucking rates, I'm swearing again. If you're raising fucking rates, you're trying to stop or retard the growth out there, right? You're trying to stop startups, like a phase of startups growing. You want to retard the growth of that, right? You want to slow that down, right? The end of a short-term debt cycle, that's what you're attempting to do. These fucking banks are telling me don't know that was going to be the end result. It's insanity. This article right here is lying to you. And I like Nick Timmeros, but this is just bullshit here. So So the bank runs and failures of 2023 were painful reminders that we cannot predict all the stresses that will inevitably come from time and chance, Powell said. And here's another note, too. You also see some of these people, like the Bill Ackmans out there, they are intentionally causing this fire. There's a whole bunch of shit here to talk about. Like, there are people that will benefit from stoking those flames, right? You just saw Elon Musk out there, 2 weeks ago, just stoking the flames of commercial real estate. But there's another fascinating part of this that you probably don't know. There's a business cycle. And inside of this business cycle, there's a whole nother thing. This is in the stock market. There's a business cycle. And there was a short on banks in the beginning of the year because we were coming to the end of the financial cycle, banking cycle. And banking had gone down, but not quite enough. Like, it wasn't like where we have that steep drop off. So you kind of have to manufacture a crisis so that you get that blood in financials. And fascinatingly enough, guess what's the next part of the business cycle that's ending? Do you know? The last one was financials. Do you know what the next one is? Someone tell me in chat, because I've told you guys what it is. What's the next one that we should have a crisis in, and we should solve it? The Fed's telling you they're going to solve it already. We should look forward to that. There should be a short on that sector. We talk about it all the time. So, like you got Powell saying this was unexpected. You got like banks just short financials, knowing that we're coming into the time when we have a financial crisis in banks. You've got like these all these regional banks were like heavily shorted since like January, right? And we have the next crisis. We can kind of predict that. We can kind of say, this is what you expect next. I've shown it to you in the show before. So, whatever. So, this is all bullshit. The Fed raised interest rates most recently in May to a range of between 5 and 5.2%, a 16-year high. Powell has signaled that officials are prepared to raise rates at the Fed's July 25-26 meeting. Okay? So I want you to know out there, if you don't already know, that Powell has signaled to expect a rate hike at the July 25th, 26th meeting, after holding them steady at their meeting earlier this month. My assumption here that I've said to you in the past is they're likely waiting for a commercial real estate crisis this summer. And that they're going to wait and see.
Rates are held, and monetary policy has only recently moved into restrictive territory. Inflation should cool even if the Fed leaves the current policy in place. And Fed's Bostic says, I do not see the Fed rate cuts in 2023 or 2024. We are not ready to rule out further rate hikes if needed.
There'll be a wait and see if anything happens with that, right?
Says, I expect the Fed can meet inflation goal without causing a severe downturn, and inflation is in a gradual cooling trend that should continue. The Fed policy in place is to bring inflation back to 2% target.
So you have the Fed raising rates on the 25th, 26th. That's the expectation. You have commercial real estate concerns in the background. If we have a commercial real estate crisis, you don't want to be raising rates, right? Now, you don't want to be like, okay, we're flooding the system with money, we're raising rates, we got some doom over here we have to deal with this summer. So keep that on your radar as summer progresses, as that story develops. You've heard the ruminations of it begin about 2 months ago, right? And that drumbeat has grown louder as we've headed into summer. So we got commercial real estate concerns. We've got a possible rate hike in July. Does that ever materialize or not? If it doesn't materialize, we're going to expect a rate hike in July 25, 26. If that doesn't happen, yeah, fuck yeah, raise them again. And personally, I want to see rates get above the rate of inflation. That's where I want to see them. And I want to see them held there for a period of time. I don't like seeing inflation where it is right now. It bothers me. It's very concerning to me to see how high inflation is. People are still working. We're in this Goldilocks zone. I like all that. People are working their asses off. They're paying their bills. People are out and about. So I like all that. I don't see anything out there in my own experience where people are getting torched. They're struggling, but they're not getting torched. So I think we continue holding rates and continue to raise them would be good. So Powell said regulators' swift response to the initial crisis has limited risk of contagion. We know that happened, right? We saw the Fed put. Powell said regulators' swift response to the initial crisis had limited risk of contagion. And he said strains in the banking system appeared to have eased in recent weeks, with deposit levels showing greater stability. Still, Powell said officials had to learn new lessons about the speed with which banks' runs could materialize. SVB failed less than 2 days after disclosing it was seeking new sources of funding. That's also fascinating. If you ever see a bank publicly announcing that they're seeking new sources of funding, we know what happens. If you don't know, if you're young and don't know, usually really bad fucking things. So that is what happened in 2008. We had large banks going public, looking for funding, like literally panhandling on the side of the street on CNBC, of all places. Panhandling. You never want to see that. You ever see like JPM, GS, you name it, out there panhandling, any of the big international banks, like, you don't want to see that shit. Very dangerous. When SVB failed, it was clear that a number of standard assumptions, even though they were informed by hard experience, were wrong, he said. Notably, bank runs were no longer a matter of days or weeks, but now be nearly instantaneous. That's written from Nick Timrose. And that's the part we discussed earlier. That's the part where you get the Ackmans out there trying to fan the fucking flames of this. You've got hedge funds trying to you've got people that are short this that want to fan the flames. You found out afterwards that Jamie Dimon, Bill fucking Ackman, and fucking, what's her name? Fucking what's her name from the Treasury Department? I shit you not. We're eating dinner together. New Yorker put a piece out about it, or an op-ed piece in the New York Times, and they fucking were talking about these guys they were all having fucking dinner about this. Like the waiter comes up and is like, which regional bank would you like to eat tonight, this evening? Yeah, Janet fucking Yellen, man. She was the other one that was there. They're all fucking partying. They're all fucking in on it. You got Jerome here saying some shit like, we never expected this. I'm like, that's bullshit too. You were tacitly involved in it. That's the fucking truth, man. They were fucking having dinner. That's like fucking you and I having dinner. Like, that's like, I don't know. I'm trying to relate it to something, but it's like, it's kind of like, oh, I don't know. Your parents go away on vacation, you have a raging party, right? And you come home after the rage or like a day later, and your parents are sitting down. Maybe you've got like the neighbors sitting there, and you walk in the room and they're all sitting there, and you're like, shit, I'm caught. Yeah, maybe that's a better way to say it. It's Batman and the Joker. Like, I don't know, like, it's so stupid, like, and the way they play it off publicly, what they're feeding to you. What does all that mean? It's really bizarre. So that was Nick Timrose. He's the Fed whisperer. What I would take away from this, there's some key points to take away from that article. They do offer some insight, a gleaning of what to expect. So I would say to you, if you're short commercial real estate, it could be a violent move down. If there is a move down, I know it's already down. But if there is a quick move down for commercial real estate, it could be fast. You just wake up one morning, poof, and we've got a crisis. I think that story is telling you that can happen. That risk is there. I think also that it's telling you to expect the Fed to inject itself into any of those crises as we go through the business cycle, until we get to the structural cycle next year. So if you read that article I gave to you about China, Druckenmiller went out there and he made some commentary that was insightful. He was discussing China, and he said, people were asking about China, and he said, look, China is in the middle of a business cycle trade in their markets. They have structural problems with their stock market. They have, well, no, not their stock market. They have structural problems with their economy that will rear its ugly head next year until they get through trading this business cycle. I personally feel as though our market is very similar. We have structural issues with our economy. And right now they're working on those things. So you have like surgeons are in there working on those things. While they're working on those things, trying to keep this simple. While they're working on those things, the stock market is going through a cyclical trade, a business cycle trade right now. And once that business cycle trade is done, we're going to revisit the structural problems that we have in our economy, which we do. I admit that we still have structural issues inside of our economy. I admit that they're going to try to soften it. And I also think that as time passes, the lows that you've seen, we probably won't go back to revisit those unless there's fraud. And they're going to try to make this market go like a nice, soft, roundish, time-based crash. Meanwhile, the market will trade to the side and up like it has in previous cycles like this. We can reference some parts in history. 1950s, 60s, and 70s look like that to some extent. There are some people out there, including myself, that see the window to the upside.
So that's Atlanta.
The failure of an all-time high or even all-time highs, big ones.
Association of Investment Managers annual dinner, followed by a conversation with Sky News journalist Corman. So an audience Q&A is not expected, but a media Q&A is before the event begins.
Now, can we trade that cycle to a failure of all-time highs, like just before maybe? Yes. What our market is structured for right now, we can trade that. Can we trade the blow-off top like we did in the tech boom or bust in the 2000s? Yes, we can. We're poised for both of those trades right now. The market is set up right now for both of those trades to take place. Either of those two trades, we're poised for it. Is the market positioned or structured right now to revert back to rolling over and crashing like 2008? No. If it does, though, position itself for that, I will warn you of it. I have 3 ways to see that warning. If that warning presents itself, I will, that moment, tell you. I actually have an alert, 2 alerts that alert me to say, hey, man, the market could suffer not only a crash, but it tells me how deep that crash will go. Will it be a normal crash? Will it be a correction? Will it be corrective? Will it be corrective? Will it be a crash? Will it be a fraud-based crash to the depths of hell? Well, matter of fact, I just finished that tool recently. Or the tool's not finished. The math is finished for it. So you guys will get those alerts at some point. You'll get them in the Discord, I think, or something, or on the website. You'll get them when they present themselves and when they actually alleviate too. When the risk of that happening, even if we don't, because the coolest part about this tool is that once it alerts, it's like, okay, we're in very high risk right now of a major crash, like 2008 style. There's been some examples in history where it's triggered and we've crashed like that. There are some other examples in history where that we were near one of those and it didn't happen. But as soon as it didn't happen and the risk went away, there's a second alert that tells you that risk is gone. So that's pretty cool too. It's like a two-part thing. Nothing that I can see, honestly. Nothing. The only things that I see here are right now, the only thing that's presenting themselves is trades down to the daily trigger and the weekly trigger. That's it. So I would expect 9 for this year. I'm going to expect 8 to 9 dip buys on the yellow line and 2 to 3 buys on the orange line. Right now, nothing is showing anything else. and we'll get fair warning. We'll get like you'll get like a, hey, it's time. Or in most scenarios, you're gonna get a, in the next 1 to 3 months, we're gonna roll the market over. And then I'll get a second alert that says, here comes the roll, right when it's happening. And then I get a third alert that says when the risk is over. And some of you know this. There's actually some of you out there that know all about this and how I get those things. Some of you don't know. Some of you do know. We have videos saying we're going to roll over too. I don't know if you know that. We've got them. We made the videos talking about the roll. So before it happened, we're on record. We're on record. Go out there and ask James Rowland. He knows a lot about this too. Go find him. Ask him about when we're at the bottoms in June and October and in May. He likes to tell people the story. It's a great story. It's like a really kick-ass story, believe it or not.
At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bostic.
So that's Atlanta Fed President Bostic, who gives a speech on U.S. economic outlook.
Janet Fallon? Yeah, Janet Fallon, dude.
Followed by a conversation with Sky News journalist Corman.
Where are we finishing? And my take here is that we're mooning. How about this? So my take, you want my take? I talked about this at the beginning this morning. I'll talk about it again, okay?
Before the event begins.
I'll talk about right now what I think. So we are going up from now from 8:30 this morning. We're going up into tomorrow's closing bell. The only thing that would thwart that would be whatever the JPM collar is. It's the only thing that I can see that would thwart that from happening. So my bias here is to the upside into Friday close for a multitude of reasons. One of the big ones would be those hedging flows that are coming in tomorrow. They are always followed with a shit ton of 0-day calls, like waterfall 0-day calls, and they print those end of day. It's like a nice little treat for the banks. The only thing that could thwart that from my perspective would be a sentiment shift by lower strikes on a JPM collar. It's the only thing that I can see that could thwart that from happening. So this is a mechanical function of quarter end. You can say what the fuck you want. I know what happens in quarter end, so I know what the stats are. And the stats say we close on the high tomorrow. That closing fucking number tomorrow is going to matter most of the time. When the times when it doesn't matter is when those strikes come out, we can cause panic. So if we cause panic, you'll know. People will be unfin to it. They'll be like, oh, shit. We got lower strikes. JPM's lower strike is 2,800. You see some shit like that, dude, people are going to be like, give me that on the fucking market right now. As a matter of fact, if they come out with lower strikes, I'm going to then look for a pretty severe correction to come in Q3. And this sets up my whole quarter. While you guys are trying to trade the end of quarter, I'm done, man. I'm out. Like I got some investment shit, but like my stock buying has been wrapped up for weeks now. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out of the entire market. I'm day trading it. I usually take this week off. Like this week I'm off. Like I'm done. I'm so fucking burned right now. Like every quarter at the end, I'm like, fuck this. I'm out. If I was an investor, I wouldn't be doing shit for the next 2 weeks. Like this whole 2 weeks is meant for one thing, for banks to wrap up their positioning, do some window dressing, take their money and run, reposition for the next quarter. A whole ton of you watching right now, right, don't realize that this next quarter, I will position myself for the entire quarter along with a lot of people here. You will watch that whole quarter play out, and you will enter the markets the last 2 weeks as we're done. I understand that. That's what happens with most people. I understand it. But we don't do that.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bostic.
And you'll chase it the entire quarter. Or you'll not the entire, the end of the quarter you'll chase. We don't do that. We're like done by end of quarter. So for me at least, I'm fascinated by what happens. We don't have to trade the JPM collar. There's a whole bunch of mechanics behind it, but I'm interested to see what their thoughts are. When you hear like Jamie come out or Mike Wilson or any of these people, you may or may not know this, but I invest with JPM. So I get letters from them. They talk to me. They talk to investors. They're like, hey, we think this is going to happen. Well, that's a completely different fucking story than what they're telling you when they're out there saying we have risk of this and we have risk of that. As an investor, they tell you different shit. When they hedge, it's a different thing than what they're positioned for, or it's different than what they say publicly. So one of your insightful things that you can do is be an investor with one of these banks, one of these prime banks. Another insightful thing that you can do is see what their actual positioning is. You don't have many opportunities to see that. JPM collar is one of those insightful things that you can see. If those guys really did suck at what they do, they'd be fucking bankrupt. They're fucking really good at what they do. It's their market. They are really fucking good at it. So I want to know what they're doing. I want to know what the fuck they're doing. And that's one of the ways for me to see it. So I'm fascinated by it. If they think we're going to the depths of hell, they're going to position for it. And they're usually pretty close, right? Like pretty fucking close. They do a pretty good job most of the time. Yeah. That's why I haven't sold them. It's like yesterday I was trying to prove a point in this meeting, and I'm trying to prove a point right now too. So I'm still in calls. I bought them for tomorrow and not today because it wasn't day trading. I'm not buying 0 dates this morning. If I had bought 0 dates this morning, I would have exited every one of these rips. So I'm trying not to do that right now. I'm trying to just buy a fucking weekly. 2 days left in the start of the day. My bias is to the upside into tomorrow's close. I want to see what they print. This is a function of a test. I sat in an office. My wife. So how it all was brought about was, my wife, of course, we bank at different banks, and they find out how much you're worth. When they find out how much you're worth, they talk to your. You want to tell you what happens? They talk to your fucking wife. And there's like a fucking office full of them. Every city has one. Every town has one. And they fucking in the back room. It wasn't a back room, but like there's a back office space. And there's a bunch of fucking boys back there. And they try to talk your wife into bringing your money, bringing them your money. And so then your wife comes home and she fucking says some shit to you. And I say, fuck those guys. And they do it again and again and again and again and again. And eventually you show up and you're like, all right, what's going on? And they're like, how do you manage your money? So I go, you don't want to know. You can probably see the money coming in and out of my account. Like sometimes I gotta like call the bank, and I'm like, I have to like lie to them. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing some rehabbing right now. Because I'll be like, I got a lot of money coming in and out of the account right now. They don't want that money cut. Like they're like, you look really suspicious, you know. What are you doing with all this money? Like, why do you have like 30,000, 50,000, 100,000? Like, they don't want you spending it. They don't want you pissing it away on shit. Like, if you have a lot of money, right, there's a bunch of shit that happens. Like, they don't want you spending it. They want you to, like, use an Amex. They definitely don't want you using your card. They don't want you like pissing it away. Like, we're going to go and fucking spend 20 grand this weekend. Just piss it away. Woo, let's go to Vegas. You know, that kind of shit they don't like. So, and then they know you're fucking around in the stock market. So you like, then you bring them. Have any guys out there ever brought your fucking trade-a-log to the investment bank and been like, I've done this. Like, you want to see my, like, I printed out and I'm like, here, look at this. You want to see the fucked up shit I do? I'm like, what series license you got, man? Oh yeah, dude. The accountants hate you, the bookkeeper hates you, the fucking dude, investing money, show those guys. Dude, you should see it. They gathered around, they shit you not, they gathered around the fucking desk. My local investment bank was like that. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's so fucking true. It's so terrible. I look like such a fucking idiot. Yeah, new tax person. A couple things for taxes. If you've ever accumulated any money, okay, I want to tell you something very important. Key. You need two things. You must have an attorney that you can make friends with. Remember that. Friends. And that they're becoming a great attorney. You don't want to be hiring an attorney that already has like the bestest firm in your town or wherever you live or whatever. Ooh. What's that? Find someone that you can get along with. Interview a lot of attorneys. Like, you don't necessarily want, like, you want to have something in common with them. You know, there's a difference between money and friendship. Money can buy you anything. Friendship is different because you won't get fucked by these people in life. This has to do with your doctor, your attorney. It's important for you to, you want to be with someone that can identify with you, someone that has compassion for you, someone that's not going to fuck you over. Like, that kind of stuff is lost today oftentimes. So I always recommend that you get an attorney on retainer. You don't need a ton of money, $1,000, $5,000, $500, $100. Before you ever need one, you just get one. Be like, hey man, I need an attorney. I need family counsel. So find yourself an attorney. And try to have something in common with them. Oh man, you're raising kids, I am too. You went to this school, great. We can smile and shake each other's hands. We're relaxed. We feel like we like each other, that kind of shit. It's important. And make that relationship a long-term relationship. Years, decades. Grow old with that person. Male, female, I don't care. If it's a woman, man, I don't care. And seek their counsel in life when you need it. It's important to have that in life. They keep you on the straight and narrow so you're not fucking up, so you're not making bad decisions, that kind of stuff, okay? Now, that attorney will likely be able to find you an accountant. You don't need an accountant. You can do your own bookkeeping. You can pay a bookkeeper, cheap money, doesn't cost a lot. But usually a good family or business or general practice attorney will know an accountant that they trust. Attorneys know the good attorneys. As a matter of fact, my last attorney that I got was turned on to me from another attorney. He was like, this guy's up and coming. You got to meet him. So I met him. He's great. But your attorney will know a good accountant, and you're not going to get taken to the cleaners. You're going to have a bookkeeper do your books for the year. You're going to do it yourself. You're going to do it at home. You're going to do it with a bookkeeper. Bookkeepers are cheap, dude, believe it or not. Really cheap. They can go through all your shit. And then you bring it for the attorney to look at and certify your taxes for you. and make recommendations if you're doing things wrong, not keeping receipts. Maybe you need to start keeping all of your receipts and itemizing. Maybe you need to create a trust. Maybe you need to create an LLC to trade with. There's all kinds of stuff that you might need to be doing. But you want to surround yourself with those people because they're going to make a difference for you in life. If any tragedy happens, you have an attorney. A mistake happens, someone, like, I don't know, something bad happens. You have a pool, something bad happens, right? Someone falls off a ladder at your house. Your husband cheats on you and leaves you. All kinds of tragic things happen to people in life. And so if you have a relationship with these people, they're there for you when you need them. They're not as expensive as you think that they are. They're expensive, but they're worth the expense. Fuck no, I ain't taking none off the white line. This shit's mooning. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if I told you that. This shit is fucking mooning. Whether you like it or not. The only thing stopping this fucking ship is JPM. You guys do whatever you want to do. I'm doing what I want to do. Yeah, Jill, meet an attorney. It's fascinating too. You can usually figure out which ones are coming up. They're usually about 35 to 40 years old, right in that range. They usually have a small practice, 2-3 attorneys. They're probably known. You don't want to. There's a few things you don't want. You don't want a large firm. You want to negotiate, not being billed hourly. It's usually by the job. You don't want someone that litigates exclusively. And there's a reason for that too. You don't want your attorney to be known by every judge as, oh fuck, here he comes, clogging up the courts, right? Because there are those attorneys. There are attorneys out there that they lose every fucking case, and they are litigators. Like, you want someone that can find solutions for you, has a record of finding solutions, the best solution for you, that kind of stuff. And that you can trust. That's a lot of work to find that. Usually, how you find it is you have to speak to a few attorneys. To a few attorneys and ask around. Be like, I'm looking for this specific kind of attorney. Yeah, your wife's friend is that. I know I've lived in different places in the country, so I've had to retain attorneys in different places. And I've had good ones and bad ones. And the good ones are always like, you fucking know it when you find them. You fucking know it when you find them. And usually it comes down to you have a good relationship with them. If you don't identify with your attorney, if you couldn't get together with him on a weekend, probably not your attorney. You couldn't go out and have lunch with him, probably not your attorney. If you couldn't have a Christmas party with him, probably not your attorney. Your attorney should be someone that you could at any time just hang out with. Not that you will, just that you could. Oh, that's great, Joe. Oh, that's what I did. I put my money in real estate. Best thing I ever fucking did. Best thing I ever fucking did. And you know what the other best thing, Jill, is? There'll be a point where you won't want to sell that shit. Don't sell it. Don't succumb to it. Just hold it forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. Never, ever sell it. Keep it. It'll do nothing but benefit you. That's one of my father's biggest mistakes was selling his real estate. Like 20, 30 years pass, and he's like getting out at the top. Worst thing he ever fucking did. Just should have kept it. It was like the difference between retiring well off and retiring wealthy. It was a vast difference in how he's spending his later years. He does very well in his retirement, but not the level that he would have been at if he had kept all those properties. I don't know. But my preferred is to either. Most people start with residential. If you're going to sell residential and get out of it, the next step is commercial real estate. It's my preferred. If I had a preferred real estate to own, it would be one of two things. You either own commercial real estate that is easy to own. So, like, you could own a storage unit. If you wanted to run the storage unit, you could, but if you didn't want to, it'd be easy. And there's low turnover, right? You want a tenant that stays in for a long fucking time. You don't want to own a restaurant. Well, I guess some people do. You could own like the restaurant if you don't mind dealing with the constant rotation of ownership. You can make a lot of money off that stuff too, I guess. But for me, like, you don't want the headaches at that point. When you have that kind of money, you don't need to worry about headaches, or you don't want to worry about it. You're just like, fuck it. This guy's gonna be here 20 fucking years. It's regular money. I have to deal with it. There's no nightmares. You know, like they're gonna be there forever. That's like the kind of shit you want to own. Like guaranteed getting paid, guaranteed, like no worries, no disasters, no nothing. Some people like that though. I have real estate friends. What they do, this is gross. I don't do this, but I know people that do this. They'll buy a house and they'll instead of renting it, they sell it on a land contract, and then they wait for you to fix it up, and then you miss a payment and they fucking fuck you. They kick your ass to the curb. They take the house back. You paid a huge down payment, and they pocket that, and you fixed up the house. So the next person comes in, they land contract it again, right? They take another huge deposit. You care for it like you own it. You miss one payment, and you're fucking out. So they do that shit. But I think that shit to me is like, it's like too much. I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. I think some commercial real estate can be like that too. Oh. Ooh. Let me ask you guys a question. Did any of you out there panic sell your calls earlier today? I want to know. Give me your fucking trade log right fucking now. Did you panic sell your calls for a loss earlier today? You paper-handed little shits. It's okay, Chase Balls. I love you, man. Good job admitting it. I love you, brother. G Square, right on, brother. I had a friend do it yesterday. Or I had a guy in a meeting do it yesterday, brother. He panic sold. He was like his hand was in the cookie jar. We were all sitting there, and I'm like, "You didn't sell your calls, right?" And he's like, "Fuck." Right on, I panic bot. Public shame. Yeah, I could have managed my trade better, but I'm fascinated by this next 2 days. I don't have a 0 date, so I'm not as concerned with the theta. I mean, they're burning me right now. I'm at 28 cents right now. They're trying to torch my theta, but I want to see if it prints like 300%. I was up, I think, 110% or something. And I'm like, nah, I want to stay in for the full 3. Let them ride. I want my 300%. Give it to me. It's like a test here. It's like yesterday we had some calls print like 200 and 300%. So I'm like, I want to see if we can do that again. Next time I'll be streaming. So how about this? That's a good question. So we're going to look at, it's 3/18. We're going to look at tomorrow right now. I'm going to do a whole thing with you guys. What to expect tomorrow. Good question. So I'm going to do a whole thing with you guys. I will put the stream on tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to put it on. And I'm going to try to remotely turn it off. I'll hope the fuck I can turn it off tomorrow. So I'm going to I'm going to attempt to remote stream tomorrow for you guys, okay? So I'll be here. I'm going to attempt to be here with you. In the early morning, I can likely be here on stream for 1 hour. So maybe between 9:30 and 10:30 I'll be here. And we'll see what if we can find out. Hold on a second here. If we can get, hey, thanks, young trader. I love you, man. Thanks for supporting the stream, brother. Matter of fact, right, young trader, you've been doing this all day long, brother. I love you, brother. If these streams are helping you, if these streams are getting you through your day, if you want to donate directly and not like right now, if you donate through like YouTube or Streamlabs, they fuck me. They take like all the money. So if this is helping you become a better trader, if you're getting value, if you're getting your free levels every day from @Captain's Alpha, people usually charge for that stuff, right? Please consider supporting the stream. It's Thursday. I will be here with you for tomorrow for an hour. If you're making money, if you're not making bad, how about this? If you were short, if you're a bear out there and you were short here, and you took your money and ran down here and realized your profits and didn't stay short here, consider supporting the stream. And I want you to know that I appreciate the support. It's needed. Costs a lot of time and money to put this stream on for you. Yesterday, right? I'm out there yesterday doing this shit. Like, it's very expensive and time consuming to do this. So it makes me feel good when you support the stream. Another thing too here is what I do with most of that money, like literally most of it. I use some of it to pay for services and stuff for what we do here. But you know, like the internet's expensive. All this other shit that I do is expensive. But most of the tips you guys give, I take care of my kids. Like I bring them out places. So I want you to know that your money is going to something cool. I take my kids and do things with them. Take them to concerts and shit. Take them out for pizza and bowling and all kinds of cool stuff. So I do want you to know that your money is enriching my kid's life, man. So I appreciate that. I really do. Like, it makes a difference. My kids love that shit, dude. They fucking love it. So I want to thank you if you are a supporter of the show. This weekend, we got a bunch of stuff coming up too for them. I bought them tickets to, they got some more tickets I just bought for them. I don't know who the fuck is it? Might be Eric Nam again is coming to town in October or something. And then they have another concert coming up next couple weeks. I got a calendar. I'll break the calendar out of shit that I'm doing for them. And that's all based. The only reason why I have this stuff planned for them is because I know you guys support the stream. So I want to say thank you very much for supporting the stream. I will go over tomorrow. I'm going to go over any of the PayPal donators' names tomorrow in the morning. So tomorrow will be the day that I go over everyone that's donated so that I can shower praise upon you. Especially if I don't see it right now. Sometimes I don't see the people that support the stream. I want to say thanks, young trader, dude. I love you, man. DieBang81 is gifting subs on Twitch, like big time subs. I can't say this one guy's name, but this guy said, "My brother from another mother. I love you too, my man." Absolutely. Someone wrote, "Baby, we're printing." I can't say your name. You want some gasoline? That's young trader. JSham91 has followed. Amy Keenan, thank you for becoming a member. Bliss Owitz, thank you for becoming a member. UC Cat, thank you for becoming a member. Mohammed B, thank you for becoming a member. Optics86, ACS 1792 followed. Fermi's Pair of Socks, I love that name. Subscribe tier 1. Thank you, Fermi's Pair of Socks. Limit Buyer used 1,000 bits, dude. Thank you, Limit Buyer. Mike Lovin 650, great name. Subscribed via Prime. Revenue Profit followed. Mala Z, is it Malazai or Mala Z 83 followed. Amy Keenan became a member. 1311 Capital. GT 520 or 520 hour 552 ounce. GTG 52 ounce. Subscribe tier 1. Nick Agruza supporting the stream all day long, man. Appreciate that, brother. Kedial followed. Bliss Owitz became a member again earlier. This is 2 hours ago. Duncan, Ant 8084. UC Cat 42. Ant 8085. Young Trader. Mohammed again. Cody. Alpha Wolf. Smuggler K. Ryzen. Loggy 333. Cray. Dude, I love all you guys. This is all in just today right now. People following and becoming members. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's look at tomorrow right now. Let's look at tomorrow. Let's take a look at what we're going to expect for tomorrow. Okay, so we're going to talk about something here. We're going to look at Q1. Do we always trade like we did the last quarter? No. But let's look at Q1, because what happened last quarter was we had higher strikes on the JPM collar. Nobody wanted to talk about that. It got real quiet on FinTwit. I assure you, it did. People were like, no, it didn't. I'm like, yes, it did. It got real fucking quiet for a minute on FinTwit. Nobody wanted to discuss it. Now, I don't blame them for not wanting to discuss it, because people's viewpoints are, one, that those strikes would be the same or lower, and their market outlook was very negative, neutral to negative. So when you see something that's contra to your viewpoints, you have to adjust what you think might happen. And that's not an easy thing, right? So let's look back on the end of Q1. Let's go look back on March, the end of March. This is March 28th, 29th, and the 30th and 31st. And what happens here? Got a midday low, right? Had that today, didn't we? That midday low got bought right up into the close. What happened into the 31st? We drifted up, and then we exploded to the upside. So to counter these hedging flows, these are bearish bets on the market. Banks put a ton of zero-date calls into the market. We also have window dressing. We also have beaten down tickers out there. So if you know of any, let's just pretend that today you got on the internet and you looked back on tickers that were beaten down for an entire quarter. Guess what might happen? Do you want me to tell you? Two things. They will try to show some profit for these investments, or if they're short these investments, let's say I'm short an entire quarter. I'm like, I've been pounding this fucking ticker down for 3 fucking months. I fucking sold this thing down to the depths of hell. What are you going to do for next quarter? I'm going to short it down to the fucking depths of hell again. Really? Okay, so from where? Right here? No, I'm going to take my shorts off this fucking thing, let it breathe from some air. I'm going to slam this thing back down again. When are you doing it? Likely end of quarter. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So if you were to run a scan maybe on some of those tickers, there might be a small window where these things go. So we see what this is. We see what happens into the new week. And then they sell it, right? This is, we have a weekend here. We reopen on the 4th. And they sell the open. See it right here? We're in here. We have a party time on Monday, right? Party time on Tuesday, and then boom, they sell it as soon as we come back. Now, does that mean that's going to happen this time? Fuck no. But there's no guarantees of that. But look what's happening. Look what's happening as we come into end of quarter. What's happening? Tell me. Same fucking shit, right? Now, I have some concerns here. I don't want to see JPM collar like coming up with like 2,800 as the bottom strike. That could create fear in the marketplace. People get scared. If the JPM collar is neutral, there's likely going to be a dip that you can buy down below. That's a sideways market. If the JPM collar is slightly higher, it could be perceived as being very bullish. even if we roll over on the 5th. So, into tomorrow, into the 5th, what is the plan? Plan is that you're going to expect hedging flows to come in. Hey, buddy. Plan is that you're going to expect a buffer to those hedging flows to not disrupt the market. The plan is that some of these funds are going to lift their hands off of these tickers they've been drowning all quarter. It's been happening all week. It's happening probably tomorrow as well. You're going to see people taking vacation, be with their loved ones. They're going to have a barbecue. They're going to go to the Hamptons and wear pink pants and have a bunch of man whores and cocaine. That's what they're going to do. How do you capitalize on this? This is one of the best fucking times of the quarter right now, okay? I want you to know that. Easiest fucking things to make money on. Right now. Some of the least risk you could be in right now. So, what am I looking for tomorrow? I'm looking for whatever happened in that Q1. I'm going to look for something like this. Kind of grind into the open, and then a push higher. That's what I'm expecting.
So we're looking now to the
grind higher. Now, I am going to be in the first hour making sure that we don't get any of that JPM bullshit, like looking for 2,800, any of that kind of nonsense. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see neutral. You can predict usually what it's going to be. You ready for it? I'll tell you what it is. JPM tomorrow, you're going to expect same strikes or 3.5% to 5% up or down. You can actually calculate that. You can look back at Q2, find out what those strikes are. Actually, Q2, right? You can start figuring out the math. What's 3.5%? What's 5%? Up and down in each one of those strikes. And then you can compare your math to what the strikes that come out tomorrow are. And you can kind of have an idea of what the banks think are going to happen in the next quarter. And then what we'll do next week is we'll let the market digest that information. We'll let people go out in public and pause it and fucking finger paint and fucking crayons and whatever the fuck it is they're going to do. And then we are going to make our plan for Q3. I'm going to present to you what I think happens. And you can present to me what you think is going to happen. And then we're going to trade this quarter together. So what do I think happens between today and tomorrow? I am long this motherfucker, this fat fucking pig, until close of business tomorrow. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what the fuck you think's going to happen between now and then. You think this shit's crashing between now and then? Fucking A, right on, do it. I disagree. I disagree that they're doing this between now and tomorrow. I disagree that everybody in the fucking market is like, yeah, let's create a fucking crisis tomorrow. Right before the 4th of July. Okay. Think whatever you want. So right now, I don't think that's the case. So right now, I think I'm long into tomorrow close. And I'm looking for the JPM caller tomorrow. And I'm likely going to have to position myself for a long at some point, a confirmation long tomorrow on whatever that caller is to see if the market will stay stable into the 5th. And I'm probably going to put some really dirty, stinky trade on. And this is the last time I'm going to say it because I'm not going to say it publicly again. Don't tell anybody. If we take that trade tomorrow, right, you're going to sell the open right the fucking moment that shit opens at 9:30. You're going to take your money and you're going to run. Anyone out there telling you how bullshit is on that open? Yeah, fucking awesome sauce, man. Go long. You're going to be in before them. You're going to take your money and run. You're going to sell into them. You're going to do whatever you need to sell into them. And you're just going to, then you're going to sit on your hands next week and you're going to be like, what are we doing? And I'm like, I don't know. We're going to see what happens. We're going to try to find a dip to buy over here. Or we're going to sell this market. Or we're going to trade it sideways. And that's what we'll do. And you should trade like that and invest like that. You should look at this market as what's your year-long outlook? What's your quarterly outlook? What's your monthly outlook? Even if you're a day trader, even if you're a price action trader, you should have a firm idea of where this market's going. Or someone that you trust that you can just look to and say, hey, man, I trust your opinion. You know, or hey, that guy's or that girl's, that woman's opinion can change. You don't have to be like firm in an opinion. You can have a quarterly outlook and it goes the other way. That you just want that person to be able to adjust to it. You don't want that person to be like, yeah, fuck you, we're going down, or we're going to the moon and we're actually rolling down big and heavy. You want to be able to adjust with you, or know that we're going down, or know that we're having a pullback, or know that it's turning from a pullback into a correction. You know, like, do we get a pullback? Is this consolidation? Is it correction? Is it a crash? Be able to adjust as that happens. So, this is a 5-minute chart right here. Let's take a look at it, baby. It's 3:34 in the afternoon, a half an hour left. Return to the scene of the crime is definitely on the table. We know that sellers right now are aggressive here. We talked about this earlier, right? I told you this is where the sellers are. This is where the sellers are, right? I told you that if we break above the sellers, we will fucking go straight to the moon, right? If we can't break above the sellers in cash market, where is a good place to do it? The same thing as when we were selling. If you can't sell cash market, you got to sell futures to get price where it needs to be, right? Very simple concept. If you can't get past these sellers right here, how do you get past them? Well, you come right up into this, park that shit right here, and you blast their asses right there, and you piss them off. And then you do the same thing here, and you gap this shit up into morning. Price target on open tomorrow, 440, or 439.47. That's my price target for open tomorrow. Can sellers roll this market down in after hours? Abso-fucking-lutely they can. Can they roll this down in the after hours like, yeah, sell, and then 6 a.m., boom, it gets bought and we go up here? They can do that. Not anti this trade either. My posit here is that we're long into the close tomorrow. So I have been buying the dip here. I bought this one. I've been adding this shit the whole long way. I've been up at certain points. I'm looking for like 200-300%. So between, if I see any more dip buy possibilities down there, I'm going to buy all this because I'm looking for the big move. I want that bad boy right there. So I want to capture that. I don't want to lose it. Now, if we roll at any point, we wake up down here, then my posit is wrong, right? We break this trend on the way up, we break the hourly trigger, then I'm wrong, and I'll take a short. Until that happens, I'm buying the fucking dip. So you either sell me on that green line right there, and I'll join you in your bearishness, right? So if we break this at any point, we didn't break this, I'll join you in your bearishness. I'll tell you every day where the bears are, right? We start selling this down. I'll tell you every day. I tell it every day in the stream. I'm like, there's the bears. This is where the probable shorts are. This is where they're going to roll it right here. So if we get underneath this green line tomorrow at any point and reject it, we will turn around and become bears again, right? We'll roll it down. The green will come down. We'll trade back up to the green. We'll trade that back up. Then we'll come back down until it's done. So right now, dip buying opportunities for me into the close on tomorrow. I'm hoping that JPM collar provides stability for that trade into the 5th, and I don't feel comfortable taking that trade until I see that collar. So I want to see what that collar says. If that collar comes in neutral or lower, I will likely remain flat into the 5th. So it's important to me to see the reaction, the sentiment. You need people to believe that we can go up. So if we have a call wall above us, I was speaking with a friend this morning and I said, do you think we just trade 443 or you think we're going higher? And he couldn't give an answer. And I agree. You need to see the sentiment of the market be open to higher highs. If they are open to higher highs, they will fucking buy and sell calls at 460 and 470. Do we go there? Maybe not. But you want to see that happen for that bullishness. You want to see like 460s, 470s get talked about. You want to see people discussing it in public. So until we see that, and JPM will help fuel that conversation. JPM will help fuel the conversation that no, we're not going up there. Their top target, let's say, is 445. You see some shit like that on the collar tomorrow? That's no bueno. No bueno. You want to see like 456, 460, somewhere in there. Because I know that if it's up there, that we can definitely trade 460 and 465. So it's something big for me to be looking at. Like, what are we doing tomorrow? So for right now, I'm bullish into tomorrow. We are following a trend up right now. If you have the opportunity to buy this trend, fuck yeah. If you're sell side and you want to sell this trend all the way up, keep doing what you do. You know, I know some guys like selling and not buying. So if you're up here and you see this, you're teeing off on this, you're trying to tee off all the way up, I get it. I understand that you want to be on sell side all the time. I understand it. 100%. There's no big sell, though, until you break underneath. Right now, currently, you need to break this zone right in here for the big trade down. If we do break that and it holds, we're going to the depths of fucking hell. You're gonna see us ride. You will see us ride if we break and hold big bars, half-hour bars right here. You will see us trade the collar. You will see us trade the daily trigger down here at 427 and likely trade 412. Right now, I think it's at 414. So maybe 420. How about that? I think the weekly is at, I think, 420 right. By the time we get there, it'll be like 420. So different trade. There's a different trade, and then there's another trade below it. Each one is different. We're not there yet. So if you want to be there on that trade, so be it. My outlook for tomorrow is we close this, that we return to the scene of the crime here in a Friday. That would be the big move there. At minimum, tomorrow I'd like to see us close the gap at 440. So minimum 439.47. Max pain probably 444.01 for the close. They might save this for next week. We could do this tomorrow, and then you've got the close. Monday we come in and start making our way up. And then we actually tag it on the 5th. Here's the 5th right here. So I might be overextending or over ambitious. This is Thursday. This is Friday. This I believe is Monday and Monday, and I think this will be a Wednesday open. So it could take us, tomorrow all the way to get up there, and to that Monday maybe we open the opening bell here at 444. And let's say the JPM collar is great, and all these bulls jump on board, and they're all fucking, woo, yeah. And we sell that shit down to the depths of hell, and that's where the real dip buy is to get up to that 456 or 460 or whatever. That's what I'm hoping for. If the JPM collar comes in and it's not pretty, I am going to look to begin to take a short position for the quarter. And I'll get real fucking bearish on this quarter, on Q3. So I want to know what's up. I'm sure you do. Do you guys not care about that? Maybe you don't. But for me, if I see any kind of bearishness from JPM, I'm not going to be fucking Mr. Bulltown for you. So so you'll find out Q3 in the next couple days. You'll get my stance on what I think the market's going to do. And so right now I'm long calls into this close, and I'm long for tomorrow's open. What's up? Let's do it. Happy quarter, man. Happy end of quarter to you. If you've been with us every quarter, you've been here for years with us, you know what this is. You know what this process is. We have conversations via phone call. We have conversations about it inside the Discord. We talk about it everywhere, right? Non-stop. Nothing's changed. We do this every quarter. So let's see what's going on, man. Let me know in the chat, maybe. Let me know what you think. Do you think that the JPM collar comes in positive, neutral, or bearish? Or negative? Lower, or what should I say? Lower, same, or higher. Higher, same, lower. Happy in the quarter to you. If you guys trade by the quarter, congratulations, you made it. You're alive. You're in my chat right now. I want to thank all of you for still being alive. You made it. You graduated another quarter. Seriously, congratulations to you. You made it. Seriously, congratulations. You're still here. We always shed and gain new people every quarter. If you didn't make it, I hope that you come back. If you survived a quarter, congratulations. It's not easy to do. So it's not an easy thing. Right on, right on. Right on. All you guys are still here. I fucking like seeing you guys still here after all this time. So look at that. Got a little bit of a loss. 344. You've got a little bit of a, see what's going on right there. Watching that. A little bit of a liquidity break in the market. Trying to pull a rug into the bell, baby. Yeah, you guys are all still here, man. It means a lot. Like, it's like quarter's over, dude. Good job. You guys are all still here.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 505 million to the sell side.
Yeah, I love you too, Justin guy. Almost 3 years, baby. Love you, man. Fucking love you. Do I think we get a squeeze like yesterday? I don't know. I'm long calls for tomorrow. I didn't do any zero dates today, so I'm long into tomorrow's bell. I'll hold these things right into the bell tomorrow, or they go to zero. I don't care. It's a lottery trade. It's a test. You're getting the idea that they raise the strikes, but not significantly. Higher. So you think I'm going to get higher on the JPM collar? I do too. I think we get the 456 top strike tomorrow, somewhere in there. 453, 4530. I think that's the strike that I was thinking, or maybe it was was it slightly lower, Winky? Was it 445 maybe? Can't remember. Might be 445. Whatever 5%, 3 to 5% is above, that's what I think we get. I think we get one more. And then I think we go neutral. What I'm really fascinated about here is, will at any point JPM's collar signal rate cuts? I'm really fascinated by that. Like, I haven't gone back to look at that, but maybe one of you guys could, or I don't know if you guys are nerds or not. I used to be nerdy, but doing this, I don't have the time to be nerdy, but I used to go back and look at shit. Like, I want to see the collar history prior to rate cuts and see if there was any forewarning from those collars of rate cuts ahead and what the strikes were. Do they start to bring the strikes down? Do they start to go neutral? That kind of stuff. Yeah, you mean to look at FUBU for you? Let's look at FUBU. Yeah, I got you, brother. Who asked that? Simple Orts? I got you, brother. I got a moment here. Let me take a look here. Thought I had this up, but I don't see it. Give me a second, man. I got you, brother. I'll do a free check for a squeeze tomorrow. FUBO. Dude, what is this? Let's take a look. FUBO, yes. It looks great. I like the ticker. You want some targets? I like the stock. You know, you used to say that, right? I like the stock. Yes, I like it too. I'm an old school GME guy too. I was talking to somebody about it yesterday. And he said, he goes, I didn't want you. He's like, I was embarrassed to tell you that I longed it after our conversation. I was like, dude, people don't realize that before GME got big, like that price level, $23, $25, $26, somewhere in there. That was a big fucking deal. Before GME became popular, like when we went to that number, in a very small group of people relative to the group today, it was a very emotional level for people trading to that number. It was the precursor to the GME run, and it was insane. It brought, like, so yeah, I was looking at GME yesterday, and I was like, this number here brings up very emotional recollections of that time period. As the entire circus started. I remember I was on Twitter, dude, and so I used to have different Twitter handles and shit. And I remember watching or I still had I had that Twitter handle, but I had another Twitter handle too. But as a matter of fact, it was on this Twitter handle. So on the CaptainJimJames Twitter handle, I was following all these really high follow accounts. And right when we came to the $25, dude, some of the shit that I was reading, I was like, these motherfuckers have no idea what's coming. They're going to get run the fuck over. It was so baller. It was so fucking baller. These are people that you trust. You're like, these guys always get it right. These guys are getting it wrong. You can tell the fucking banks are offsides. It's pretty fucking cool. So right now, Fubo, I'm bullish, baby. Not only am I bullish, you actually had the confirmation tag on your daily here. Ooh. What is that telling you? That's telling you we're going fucking up, not down. Up. That was on June 26th. So yes, do you squeeze? You're fucking right, you do. You're trying to buy right now $2 or just be long right here. As long as you hold 2, you're going up. As long as you hold 185 is a great dip buy. 185 is a great, or 187 is a great dip buy. Long as a motherfucker here. If you break and hold a bar, closing bar is below 187, trade is over. Personally, yeah, that's where it's over for me. 186. But what are your targets to the upside? Big ones. Huge ones. You got targets where? You got targets up at that one. You got that one. You got that bad boy right there. You got sauce right there. You got some more sauce right there. You got some more sauce right up there. You got some more sauce right up there. Oh, baby. Valhalla, baby. Valhalla. You know what you want. You know what you're looking for. You're looking for that right there. I know what you want. I see that turn. There you go. Buy that fucking trend the whole ride up, baby. You buy that trend right there the whole way up until it fails. Ride the lightning, man. 352 right now. You want to do a snapshot of that? Snip that bad boy for you. Take a picture of it. Price target. Ready? $7.96. You got some work to do. Not gonna lie. Price target $7.96. Fubo. Oh, what's going on? Hello, Spy, my old friend. Are you squeezing to the top? Our hedge fund's getting run over. Do I get my PT1? Do I get my PT2 and PT3? It's the sounds of the price targets. Give me my bias to the upside. Give me my squeeze ease. If you're a hedge fund, I want you to enjoy your weekend that you have coming up. When you turn off the lights, do not forget to turn off the hedge on the spoos, please. Fold your dining tables up. Don't forget to empty the trash in your hedge fund. If you're a hedge funder and you're watching right now, take out the fucking garbage, you dirty boys. Turn off your fucking machines, man. Like, don't leave them running all weekend. If you're going to be vacationing this week, congratulations. You had a great quarter, man. If you're a hedge fund, I know you're out there watching right now. I know some of you guys are watching. So I hope you had a good quarter if you're a hedge fund. Seriously. Have a blast over the weekend. Hopefully I see you out there out and about. If you're wearing a polo shirt, pink polo shirt with your cuffs up, yellow polo shirt with your cuffs up, and you're wearing some chinos, I'll make sure to give you the wave. So if you see me out there, guy with long hair, and you're wearing like a pink or a yellow polo with pop top and chinos, and you just see me walk by, I'm like, what up? If you want to join me in the bathroom or behind Wendy's, let me know, dog. Yeah, you're a gym bro out there, young gym bro. You got your shorts on, and I see those skinny little legs, and you're flexing them muscles, bro. I will totally fucking give you a high five. I'll give you some knuckles, bro. Yeah, your chino shorts. We'll get a slice of pizza at like 2:30 in the morning. We'll go fucking rage on the beach all day long. Fucking hit the bar. Find some women and shit. Have a fucking party down on the beach and shit, you know what I mean? Get my fucking boys to come out here down to the beach with us. We'll fucking put on a party. Be fucking rager, man. Boys are throwing a fucking party down in the fucking Hamptons. It's gonna be fucking wild. To the hedge funds out there, cocaine is on me tonight, boys. But after tonight, you don't know me. If you fucking find me, I'm serious. If you find me out there, right, I'll buy you a bottle of fucking Cristal. How about that? If you're a hedge funder and you find me over the 4th of July, anywhere out in public, I'll buy you a bottle of fucking of fucking Cristal. How about that? If they have no Cristal, I'll buy you a shot of Louis Trey. I'll do that for you, or Pappy. So if you see, I'll be out and about this weekend. So if you're one of those guys, you're a hedge fund boy, and you're rounding around, we got them in fucking Michigan too. So if I see you out there and you know who I am, and if you're from Michigan and you see me, you come up to me, I'll buy you a fucking bottle. I'm serious. That's a true thing. I will do that for you. First hedge fund boy out there from Michigan. If you're on Mackinac Island, if you're fucking chilling in Detroit, if you're fucking out in Bloomfield Hills hanging out with your family, I'll buy you a bottle. We'll fucking party. I'll put it all up aside, and you gotta be careful though. I'm gonna be hanging out with some. No, I won't be hanging out. I'll be with my family, but I'll be hanging out with some very important people. That's true. So we'll hang out with those fucking guys. Guys like to party too. Seriously. So Gummies and White Claws. I know who you are. Gummies and White Claws. I did that shit recently. Gummies and White Claws are fucked up. I did gummies, and I don't normally take those things, but I did try a gummy, and I drank a vodka grapefruit like White Claw. I was all fucked up. I was like, what the fuck is this stuff that people are doing? Yeah, I love you if you're in a hedge fund, man. I'm being serious. I'm not being like sarcastic. You guys break your balls, man. You guys are baller. I fucking love you guys. I got no hate towards hedge fund guys. Those guys are fucking pros, man. Fucking love them. Those guys make us money, so they're actually nice to us sometimes. They come in here and they'll be nice and be like, go long here. Go short here. So if you are a hedge fund guy watching, I appreciate you. I love you. I will buy you a bottle because you've made me a lot of fucking money. So I appreciate you out there. Trading 438. Into the fucking bell right now. 36 cents for me. Give me a 300%er, please. Give me a gap up into tomorrow, please. Hopefully you're long with me in this close. Hopefully you're making money with Captain Jim James. I don't fucking like seeing retailers lose. I want retailers to win. Always win. Win 9 out of 10 times. 7 out of 10 times. That's my fucking job. You know what my job is? Grab a retailer and make them profitable. That's my job. That's what I do. I'm serious. Like, that's what I do. I don't like seeing retailers lose. That bothers me. Fucking bothers me. I'm serious. I want to see every last one of you make money. I want you to, like, pay off your bills. I want you to buy a house. I want you to fucking do anything you want to do. Seriously, I'm serious. Like, I want you guys to have a good life. I want in 10 fucking years, you know what I want? I want to meet you somewhere and you say, hey, you helped change my life. That's all I want. That's the truth, man. Like, you make those differences in people's lives, you're one of the fucking good guys out there. And you can't buy that shit. There ain't no buying that. There'll be a show tomorrow. You'll have me on for an hour. We're going to talk about people that support this channel. We're going to talk about the JPM caller briefly. I'll try to leave the stream up all day long so you guys have access to it. If I can get the stream up on Monday, I will. I'm going to attempt to. Even if it's only... I might not be able to do the entire stream. Maybe it's just a chart so you guys can talk in the chat.
According to Eurozone policymakers cited by the
maybe we do it like that. Maybe I can do it. I don't know if I can do it via phone all day long while I'm traveling. That's possible too. Maybe somebody has a recommendation or something. But I love all you guys out there. I want you to know that. I want you fucks to know that I love you. I will never abandon you, and I'll always be here for you. You guys are like my family. Dude, the other night I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, I swear these people are like my family. I went and met Winky the other day. I didn't get to tell him, but I told him some of it. But, dude, it was like meeting a family member. It's like I knew him. Like I met him in real life, and I knew him. You guys are my family, dude. I don't know how this has happened. I don't know how, like, I never expected you guys to be my family. Never expected any of this. Didn't. And you guys are my family, dude. And, like, you guys are like my family. Like, Joe Donut's like my family. Chaz is like my family. Like, people that are out there right now, every one of you in this chat, you guys are all my family. Like, I know your names like 3 years. We talk back and forth for 3 straight years for 7 hours a day. I never would have expected this where we are right now. It blows my mind. So have a good weekend. Do not. This is your last day in the market. Do not get a DWI. Do not do drugs if you're crazy. If you're going to get in trouble, don't do it. You can enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Be safe enjoying yourself with drugs if you're going to. Be nice to people this weekend. This is one of those weekends where it's amateur hour. People will fight. People get into fights. Don't be that person. Enjoy your weekend. I want to tell you something special. If you're a guy out there and you want to meet a girl, be nice. You know what girls do? They're watching you wherever you are. And if you're out there enjoying yourself, I shit you not, right? They want to be around you. If you're having a good time, they want to be near you. They don't want to be near the asshole. They don't want to be near the guy that's all coked out of his mind. They don't want to be near the guy that's so shit-faced that he's an asshole, too sloppy. They want to be around people that are having a good time, that know how to make the best of anything. If you're out there this weekend and you see people having a good time, what do you like normally? You're like, damn, they're having a good fucking time. I wish I was playing volleyball with those guys. I wish I was fucking golfing with those guys. You don't go golfing with the assholes. You want to go golfing with the guys that are having a good fucking time. You want to go out to eat with people that are assholes. You want to go out to people that are having a grand time. Be that person for the people that you're with this weekend. Enjoy yourself. Relax. Have a good time. Let all that stress roll right off. And just enjoy yourself this weekend. My feet. Yeah, dude, don't do it. Like, just be friend. Like this, like these times, like 4th of July, like people piss you off driving. Just like slow down. Let them be assholes. Some guy's trying to cut you off while you're walking. Fuck that guy. Like on these weekends specifically, like it's too crazy out there. Too many fucking people. Too much shit going on. Too much aggro. Some guy pull a gun on you and try to shoot you or something on the side of the road. Don't fucking deal with those people. Just let them go off and do their craziness on their own, right? Now, don't be the person, man. It doesn't help. No one wants to see that shit. Like, they want to, I'm telling you, man, women want to be around a guy that's like, hey, I'm having a good time. That's like some Sigma shit right there. Like, you don't want to be you don't want to be the bad guy. You know, it seems like that's a good vibe for chicks, but it's not, dude. Women fucking love when you're having the good time. Enjoyable experience over a big holiday with a lot of people, dude. They want to be with you. They don't want to be with the dickhead. Trust me. You can be an asshole every once in a while, but this isn't that weekend. 10% asshole is good sometimes. Don't tell anyone I said that, but not this weekend. This weekend, women are looking for like the stable, having a good time guy. So be that guy. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. There's no reason for anyone to catch a DWI. Like the fact that you like, take a fucking Uber. Take a fucking Uber. All right, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love all of you. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow morning, 9:30 in the morning. I got a bunch of packing still to do and all that kind of shit. In the morning, I got that shit too. So 9:30, 10:30, I'll be here with you. It'll be fast. We're going to go over this stuff. I want you guys, when you come to the show tomorrow, to have found out what the collar is. Do some homework. Usually we can find out in the morning, so usually we can find out at a pretty early time. So